Chapter 2244. Ha ha, don't be nervous, little guy. I mean you no harm. You must be the successor of the ancient celestial emperor. I didn't expect to see the successor of the ancient celestial emperor again after so many years. That person's words made Yi Xian even more confused. After all, Yi Xian had never told anyone about the successor of the ancient celestial emperor. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD. In other words, other than the ancient celestial race who could sense Yi Xian, no one should be able to detect Yi Xian. Then, who is this guy? You, who are you? Yi Xian asked again. Who am I? That's right, who am I again? Sigh, it's been too long. I've forgotten who I am. That person still had a smile on his face, but Yi Xian still found it very strange. System, detect this person. Ding. System notification, detection failed. The target is too strong. The system cannot detect him. System, didn't you detect his level just now? Why can't you detect it now? Yi Xian was shocked. Why did the system's second detection fail? Ding. System detecting. Ding. System notification. Please take note. The target has a special concealment ability that can hide his true cultivation level. Damn you! Yi Xian was infuriated. There was no need for a system notification. Of course, Yi Xian knew that. But where did this guy come from? Little guy, you want to go to the desert to find that ancient city, right? That person looked at Yi Xian and asked calmly. Although he didn't show any hostility, Yi Xian still felt immense pressure. Yes, I want to go to that ancient city. Who are you? This was Yi Xian's third time asking. Unfortunately, that person didn't seem to care about Yi Xian at all. Hee, if you want to explore that ancient city, then you don't have to go. That ancient city suddenly appeared. I moved it away to prevent people who don't want to go in. Move away. Yi Xian was shocked. That was an ancient city that had been set up by an ancient god emperor. However, this guy actually said that he wanted to move it away. How could that thing be taken away? Just like that. That's an ancient ruin, you know. It could be said that there was definitely a secret realm inside. Could it be that he could even move the mystic realm away? In that instant, Yi Xian knew that this person was not simple. It could also be said that Yi Xian did not have the slightest ability to resist in front of him. Fortunately, this person did not show any hostility towards Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian might not even be able to escape. Little fellow, this old man owes the ancient god emperor a favor, so I promised him that I would take care of his successor. It's a pity that his first two successors didn't seem to have good luck and died early. Little fellow, you can't die. I know that guy only left behind 3 inheritances. If you die, then I won't be able to keep my promise. Yi Xian was very depressed. This person spoke as if he wanted to die. Yi Xian was not crazy. How could he want to die? All right, this projection of mine crossed 3 million realms to find you. It's time to take you away. You don't need to explore this place, because the things here have already been taken away by the previous 2. Come with me, I'll take you away. This spiritual god girl is a little interesting. She actually gave you her godhead. Looks like she's your follower. Then come with me. Suddenly, following this person's words, a powerful force that Yi Xian could not resist enveloped Yi Xian and Fian. Then Yi Xian saw himself moving quickly. Yes, he saw it. He saw that he was really running on the ground. However, his speed was too fast. It was so fast that everything he saw turned into light. It was actually not teleportation, but just traveling. However, what kind of existence could have such speed? Yi Xian's voice rang. This person said that he had crossed 100,000 realms to find Yi Xian. What did 3 million realms mean? One had to know that Yi Xian's range of activities since entering the god realm was no more than 200 realms. Moreover, he had only just left 100 realms. How terrifying was 3 million realms? However, Yi Xian felt that less than an hour had passed, and they had already arrived, crossing 3 million realms in an hour. What kind of speed was this? What kind of powerful existence was this? Hee, little guy, the overgod here is my disciple. From today onwards, you can cultivate here. I'll wait for the moment you become an overgod. I'll tell you a secret when you become an overgod. The overgod said. After saying that, that person's figure disappeared. That's right, he disappeared. Just like when he appeared, he disappeared directly. This was too powerful. Yi Xian was extremely stunned. Just how powerful was this person? He did not even give him an explanation. He directly brought him out of 3 million realms and passed through several overgod realms. Moreover, he did not allow him to refuse at all. However, what could Yi Xian do? This powerful existence, even an overgod, was his disciple. Then, just how powerful was he? He was probably so powerful that even Yi Xian did not dare to think about it. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a ripple appeared in space. Another fluctuation came from the space as a young woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's first reaction was that she was beautiful. Very, very beautiful. It could be said that she was already the most beautiful woman Yi Xian had ever seen. "You're Yi Xian?" The woman spoke. Yi Xian nodded subconsciously. That expert even knew that Yi Xian was the successor of the primordial divine emperor. Then, it was not strange that she knew his name. "Oh, that's what Yi Xian looks like. QWPM, holy shit." Yi Xian was speechless. If he did not look like this, what did he look like? "Come with me. Big sister is waiting for you in the divine palace." The woman walked forward. At this time, Yi Xian was not familiar with this place and had been brought here for no reason. Other than following this woman, what else could he do? System. Detect the strength of this person in front of me. Ding. System notification. Target specified. Peak True God Realm. Damn you. Yi Xian was helpless. A peak True God had jumped out of nowhere. However, when he thought about how even an overgod was that person's disciple, he calmed down. Yi Xian could only follow. Otherwise, what else could he do? After walking for a while, a city appeared in front of Yi Xian. It could be said that this was the most magnificent city Yi Xian had ever seen, not to mention its enormous size, not to mention the countless floating islands floating in it. However, the overlapping mystic realms were projected directly. This was simply beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The woman who led Yi Xian here was clearly not a simple person. Wherever he passed, countless people bowed in respect. "Greetings, princess. Greetings, princess." Princess. This was actually a princess. Chapter 2245. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Countless gazes gathered on Yi Xian, and Yi Xian heard the discussions. 1357924 6810 GD. Who is this kid? When did the princess take in such a weak follower? Isn't that so? Why did the princess suddenly take in a follower? Follower? Yi Xian was speechless. She actually called him a follower. Forget it. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to argue. Fian also followed Yi Xian, but looking at him, he didn't seem to be much different from Yi Xian, which made him a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Yi Xian. "Kid, who are you?" Ding. System notification. Target is a peak king, level true god. F***CK. King level. It was actually a king level, and it was another peak true god. What kind of place was this? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. It was fine that two peak true gods appeared, but now, even a person with a front title appeared. What was going on? What kind of place was this? This was a king level. This was a powerhouse with a front title of king level. One had to know that Yi Xian often relied on the system to kill powerhouses above his level. However, even if Yi Xian immediately rose to peak true god, he would only be killed by this person in front of him. One had to know that this was a king level. Yi Xian's entire heart was trembling. This situation was beyond his expectations. It could even be said that it was already beyond his imagination. Weren't front titles only used in ancient times and super geniuses? Why did Yi Xian meet one now? Back down. A clear voice rang out. It didn't even mention who it was, but the person in front of Yi Xian immediately retreated to the side. Yi Xian was speechless. A king level had appeared. It seemed that he had come to an incredible place. Of course, he couldn't say anything now, so he could only continue forward. A row of golden-armored guards guarded both sides. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking in front of the golden-armored guards. All of them were true god realms. These golden-armored guards were all formed by true god realm powerhouses. Yi Xian was completely shocked by this place. Along the way, Yi Xian was sure of one thing, and that was that he had probably come to a new world. It could be said that this place was much stronger than Mo's domain. Of course, as for what was the situation, he could only find out later on. Go in, Yi Xian. I'll wait for you inside. Your follower can only stay outside. I will have someone take care of him. Finally was finally here? At this moment. S translation, S in Tess, S. Of course, what Yi was the material. Every step is made up of divine blue universe jade fruits that take 1,000,000 years to bloom, 1,000,000 years to bear fruit, and 5,000,000 years to ripen. What a waste of God's gift. What a waste of God's gift. Such a treasure is actually used to make stairs. Do the people here have any sense of civility? Yi Xian wailed in his heart. If he devoured it, it would be enough for him to level up several times. But here, it was used to make stairs. Yi Xian really didn't know how many surprises awaited him. Of course, no matter what this place was, since he was here, he had to take a good look. Yi Xian quickly walked into the palace. There were no guards around the palace, so Yi Xian pushed the door open and walked in. "You're here." A calm voice sounded. Then, a woman in no way inferior to the princess from before walked towards Yi Xian. "You must be the Yi Xian that my master mentioned. My master has dominated the world all his life. Even us disciples don't get to see him once in tens of thousands of years. I never thought that he would ask me to take care of you this time. Are you my junior brother?" The woman didn't look down on Yi Xian because of his low cultivation level. Of course, this was probably also because of the old man. Ding. System notification. Target is too powerful, unable to detect. Was the system unable to see the opponent's cultivation level? However, Yi Xian could guess that this was probably an overgod. This was because the old man had said that he would ask one of his overgod disciples to take care of Yi Xian. Without a doubt, this woman should be an overgod. Moreover, Yi Xian had enough reason to believe that she wasn't the only overgod here. "I can't be considered a disciple. Senior, you were just asked to take care of me. May I ask, where is this?" Yi Xian looked at the woman and asked, "Are you talking about this place? This is the Kunlun God domain. I am the master of this place. Mi Li, Kunlun God domain. Is this place the core of the God domain?" Yi Xian didn't care about Mi Li's self-introduction. He was more concerned about whether this place was the core of the God domain. However, Yi Xian's words seemed to have amused overgod. Mi Li smiled and said, "The core of the God domain? Our Kunlun God domain can't be considered as such. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about your plans for the future. Since Master has asked me to take care of you, I'll naturally do as he says. Whatever you want to do, you can tell me. Yi Xian nodded. However, he wasn't prepared to accept her care. To Yi Xian, this unknown place was still a mystery. Moreover, that old man had mysteriously brought Yi Xian here. Yi Xian didn't dare to trust him 100%. Although that senior had indeed mentioned the inheritance of the ancient god emperor and the ruins of the ancient city, everything seemed to make sense. However, he didn't know that Yi Xian had the system. It was a very small matter, but Yi Xian couldn't help but suspect this expert. Of course, he could only suspect in his heart. He couldn't even show it. The system had once issued a mission to explore that mysterious ancient city. If there was really nothing in that mysterious ancient city, or if it had disappeared, then the system shouldn't have kept that mission. In other words, that super expert was lying. Perhaps the mysterious ancient city had really been taken away by him, but that didn't mean that there wasn't any value in exploring it. Since the ancient god emperor had specifically asked Yi Xian to take a look, it meant that there must be some clues inside. However, that old man was hiding this matter. What was his motive? Was he really protecting Yi Xian, or was there some other reason? Yi Xian didn't know. Moreover, he had no way of knowing. That old man was so powerful that Yi Xian didn't dare to hesitate. Therefore, he could only keep these doubts in his heart. So now, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't accept Mi Li's care. Regardless of whether this Mi Li was in cahoots with that old man, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't expose his whereabouts to someone he didn't know whether he was a friend or a foe. Amen, I know Senior is doing this for my own good. However, I still have to refuse. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I hope that I can find the path of the strong myself. Chapter 2246. Mi Yan raised her eyes slightly and looked at Yi Xian again, then asked, "Is this your decision?" "Yes, this is my decision." Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. 135-7924-6810 GGGD. I finally understand why Master treats you differently. As long as you are willing, I can give you the best cultivation environment and allow you to increase your cultivation in the shortest amount of time. But you didn't. Instead, you are willing to train yourself. Very good, very good. Since you've made your choice, I won't stop you. But since Master asked me to take care of you, then I can't just ignore you. Here, there are 3 letters. Perhaps they will be of help to you. Mi Yan did not give Yi Xian anything like a transcendent artifact. Instead, she gave him 3 letters. All right, since you've made your choice, go and walk your own path. All right, take this token. The Kunlun God domain is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Take care of yourself. Now you can leave. Yi Xian nodded and thanked her. He did not stay any longer and directly walked out. A token, 3 letters, that was all he had. Of course, Yi Xian did not know that any one of the 4 things in his hands could make the people of the Kunlun God domain go crazy. After walking out of the hall, Yi Xian quickly found Fei Yan. But at this time, Fei Yan was happily chatting with the princess. Seeing Yi Xian walk out, the princess asked in surprise, "You're out so soon?" Yi Xian smiled. "Do you think I can stay in there for long?" "That's not it. But who are you exactly? Big sister actually asked me to go and pick you up personally. It's really strange." Yi Xian could see that this princess was probably a very simple person, but Yi Xian did not want to say too much to her. "I'm just me. I'm nobody. It's just that a senior asked Master God, Mi Li, to take care of me." "Humph. And you're still saying that you're not related? Big Sis has already told you her name. You've got to find her. There aren't many people in the Kunlun God domain who know Big Sis' name." Forget it. Forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. What do you want me to do next? If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me. Thank you for your kindness, Princess. For the time being, I don't have anything to trouble you with. If there is anything I need your help with in the future, I will look for you. All right, do as you wish. She was only taking care of Yi Xian because of her sister's instructions. So, this princess naturally wouldn't care too much about Yi Xian. Yi Xian brought Fian and directly walked out of the palace. Only when he arrived outside did he let out a huge sigh of relief. In the palace, Yi Xian had been very repressed. Young master, what do we do next? Flying Smoke looked around and asked Yi Xian. QWPM, since we're already here, we might as well make the best of it. This place is already incomparably far away from Mo Baijing. Even if we want to return, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. Let's go. We'll find a place to settle down first. In truth, Yi Xian himself had no clue at all. So, he naturally didn't know what to do. The two found an inn and temporarily stayed. Regardless of whether it was Yi Xian or Flying Smoke, they both needed time to adapt to this place. The sudden change in environment made Yi Xian feel rather uncomfortable. There were no mortals here. Even the lowest level which Yi Xian saw was at the deity realm and above. Furthermore, this place was completely different from Mo Baijing. If one didn't look at cultivation, this place would seem like an ordinary city. There were guards, there were all kinds of merchants. Everyone was doing their own things. It was clear that the division of labor was very clear. Master God, you gave Yi Xian 3 letters. Only now did Yi Xian prepare to read them. However, after he read them, he discovered that he had made ample preparations for Miyu. There were a total of 3 letters. The first was for Yi Xian to take up a position in the army. The second was for Yi Xian to join a sect. As for the third, it was for the Heavenly Jade sect. Sects were much freer than training camps. One could join and leave at any time. This was because everything in there had to be exchanged. However, the bad thing about sects was that all kinds of people could exist. Even so, it wasn't easy to join a sect. As for the army, Yi Xian wouldn't consider it, at least for now. Joining the army would bring many benefits, but the danger was also great. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he joined, he would only be cannon fodder. So, why would Yi Xian need to join? One had to know that once Yi Xian joined the army, he would undoubtedly enter the battlefield of the sovereigns. There was no need to mention the sect. Yi Xian wouldn't even consider it. Therefore, in the end, only this sect was Yi Xian's best choice. In the Kunlun divine domain, sects were divided into 5 levels, from 1 star to 5 stars. Without a doubt, 1-star sects were the weakest, and 5 stars were the strongest. At this moment, Yi Xian was holding the letter of one of the only 5-star sects in the entire Kunlun divine domain, the Heavenly Jade sect. Let's go, girl. Let's go to Huiwa City. Yes, master. Yi Xian originally thought that the mainstream here was still using teleportation portals or traveling by oneself. However, it wasn't until he was about to travel that he realized that all teleportation portals in the Kunlun divine domain were strictly controlled. Apart from special people or emergency situations, no one was allowed to use the teleportation portals at other times. As for the way to travel, it was actually using divine beast carriages. Yi Xian was speechless. This was because, in Yi Xian's eyes, this method of traveling was regressive and not progressing. In any case, this was a place that was much stronger than most 100 territories. Yet, they were still using such a primitive method to travel. However, it wasn't until Yi Xian saw the divine beast carriage that he realized how ignorant he was. This is a carriage? Is this really a carriage? Yi Xian looked at the 9-dragon carriage in front of him in astonishment. The shock in his heart was probably only known to him. 9 three-clawed golden dragons each pulled a chain. The other end of the chain was connected to the carriage. Yes, master, according to your request. This is the best carriage in our relay station. The relay station owner looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "All right, what's wrong with this carriage?" "Master, I suggest that you rent it directly. It's not worth it. This carriage is trained by our relay station. Of course, if you want it, I can give you a 10% discount. 9 million divine crystals will do. 9 million divine crystals." He really dared to ask. "Then how's his speed?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "Don't worry, master. The speed of this three-clawed golden dragon carriage is guaranteed to satisfy you. It can travel 100 territories in a day. It's already considered an intermediate carriage." Chapter 2247. In other words, this carriage could traverse the 100 realms of Mo in a day. Did Yi Xian hear wrongly, or did they name it too casually? It was clearly a powerful flying treasure, but they called it a carriage? In the 100 realms of Mo, even if Yi Xian used the teleportation array, he could only traverse 1 or 2 realms in a day. 135-7924 6810 GGD. But now, the three-clawed golden dragon carriage in front of Yi Xian could traverse the 100 realms of Mo in a day. All right, Yi Xian was convinced. Perhaps what he had seen in the 100 realms of Mo could be discarded here. This was definitely not an existence that the 100 realms of Mo could compare to. However, when he heard the owner say that this thing could only be considered an intermediate carriage, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of buying it. If he wanted to buy, Yi Xian wanted to buy the best. "If that's the case, I'll just rent it." "How do I rent it?" "Sir, please tell me where you want to go." "I want to go to Huiwest City." Yes, this was Yi Xian's choice after weighing the pros and cons. He would not join the Heavenly Jade sect. Yes, Huiwest City is not far, just 1,000 realms away. "How about this? Sir, you can just give me 50,000 divine crystals, of which 40,000 will be a deposit. When you reach your destination, the other 40,000 will be returned to you. 10,000 divine crystals could traverse the 1,000 realms." "All right, let's do that." Yi Xian nodded. After being shocked so many times, Yi Xian was already used to it. Yi Xian and Fian both sat on the carriage. When they were actually on the road, he realized that although the name of the carriage was a little old-fashioned, its function was not simple. QWPM, the Heavenly Key Sect, the Heavenly Jade Sect, and the Heavenly Brilliant Sect were the 3 5-star sects of the Kunlun Divine Domain. Yi Xian had a letter from the Heavenly Jade Sect in his hands, but Yi Xian was not prepared to join the Heavenly Jade Sect. This was because Yi Xian had his own path, and Yi Xian had his own choice. Yi Xian had casually placed these 3 letters in his devouring space. At the very least, Yi Xian had no intention of using them at the moment. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at Huiwest City. He had come here because there was a 3-star school in Huiwest City. Yi Xian was preparing to join this school. Just as Yi Xian had understood, there were no requirements to join a sect. As long as you were willing, you could join. However, Yi Xian, who did not have a letter, could only listen to the arrangements. Yes, the middle second stage, Profound God Realm, is enough. All right, the registration is complete. You can go to the Desolate Ancient Pavilion to receive guidance. When you arrive, someone will be in charge of receiving you. The total is 100,000 divine crystals, which will be your expenses for the next 3 years. Yi Xian nodded and did not say anything. He paid the divine crystals and was considered to have joined the Radiant Moon sect. "Brother, are you here to sign up too?" Suddenly, a youth came to Yi Xian's side and casually patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian calmly dodged and said with a smile, "Yes, why are you here too?" "Hee hee, Yes. My family wants me to receive training in the Radiant Moon sect so that I can find a way to join the army. But why are you going to the desolate ancient pavilion? The desolate ancient pavilion is the most chaotic place in the entire sect. Yi Xian did not know this, so he pretended to be casual and said, "Isn't it the same wherever you go? You have to rely on yourself anyway." The youth looked at Yi Xian in shock and said strangely, "Come on, when did you start thinking like that?" The Radiant Moon sect has 3 training pavilions: the Desolate Ancient Pavilion, the Great Flood Pavilion, and the Yuming Pavilion. Needless to say, the Yuming Pavilion is exclusive to aristocratic families. We can't enter without special permission. But the Desolate Ancient Pavilion is prepared for those subordinate forces and commoners. As long as you pay, anyone can enter. There's almost no management. Looking at your token, you're also a noble. Why did you choose to go there? So it was because of this. The token given to Yi Xian was actually an identity token in the Kunlun divine domain. It represented one's family background and other circumstances. Without this, it could be said that one would not be able to move an inch in the Kunlun divine domain. In the Kunlun divine domain, there were aristocratic families, great nobles, and commoners. Of course, all of this depended on one's strength. However, it was no longer an individual force, but an entire family. The Kunlun divine domain was a completely foreign place to Yi Xian. It seemed that Yi Xian still had a lot to understand. However, he knew his own situation. Yi Xian had no foundation here, so choosing the Desolate Ancient Pavilion might be his best choice. Under that person's puzzled gaze, Yi Xian directly brought Fian to the Desolate Ancient Pavilion to report. After that, Yi Xian prepared to buy a manor with Fian. After all, Yi Xian did not even have a place to stay. Huiwa City could only be considered a medium-sized city in the Kunlun divine domain. Therefore, although the secret realms were all very strong, there was still a huge difference. At this time, Yi Xian came to the outside of a merchant association. This place specialized in manors. "Hello, young master, are you preparing to buy a manor?" "Yes, of course." "What do you have?" "Price is not a problem. I want the best." Yi Xian said generously, "All right, young master, please take a look. Our merchant association currently has more than 170 manors, and among them, these are the best. They are definitely the best." The attendant waved his hand and projected a few manors, then briefly introduced them to Yi Xian. "Young master, please take a look. This manor has its own secret realm. Although it's only the size of a realm, it can increase one's cultivation speed by 10 times. It's definitely a premium item. Young master, please take a look at this one. This manor also has its own secret realm. Moreover, it's a space of 10 realms. Although the continents in the secret realm are developed, isn't this a good opportunity for young master to seek novelty?" The more Yi Xian listened, the more shocked he became. Good Lord, these manors actually have their own secret realms. Moreover, there were so many realms of space. The range of a realm was equivalent to a continent. It would not be a problem for billions of people to live on it. But here, it was just a manor. Yi Xian's first reaction was that he probably could not afford it, even though Yi Xian had nearly 100 million divine crystals in his pocket. However, Yi Xian still had to ask about the price. "Tell me, what's the price?" "Hee, if young master wants to buy, then this shop can give you a 10% discount. As for the 2 manors you're looking at, one will cost you 30 million, and the other will cost you 34 million. What do you think?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed very expensive. Yi Xian had Mo Shangji's many years of savings, but now it seemed like it was not much at all. Humph, a pauper has such high standards. If you can't afford it, then don't look around. Suddenly, a piercing voice reached Yi Xian's ears. Chapter 2248. Yi Xian didn't think much of it at first. After all, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had come to buy a manor. 135-7924 6810 GGGD. However, the voice's next sentence made Yi Xian certain that the guy was talking about him. Hey kid, haven't you heard of the saying, a good dog doesn't block the way? This time, the voice came directly from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a youth standing behind him. The youth seemed to be staring at the ceiling and didn't even bother to look Yi Xian in the eye. Behind him were 4 attendants. Are you talking to me? Yi Xian looked at the person and asked directly, What? Are there any other poor bastards here besides you? Sure enough, he was talking to him. Yi Xian was slightly angered. Yi Xian didn't want to cause trouble when he had just arrived in Huiwei City, but if someone dared to provoke Yi Xian, then there was no need for him to be polite. What did you say when you dared? I didn't hear you clearly. Yi Xian looked at the person and prepared to give him another chance. Haha, did you hear that? I've seen people asking to be scolded, but I've never seen someone asking to be scolded like this. Haha, you poor bastard. A good dog doesn't block the way. Hurry up and get out of my way. Yi Xian's side was extremely empty. It was obvious that this person was looking for trouble. Yi Xian smiled, the corners of his mouth rising high. Very well. It seemed that this guy was looking for death. Scram! Suddenly, Yi Xian made a move. One punch, just one punch, sent the person flying. Yi Xian didn't even bother to check the person's cultivation base. Regardless of his cultivation base, he had to pay the price for provoking Yi Xian. Boom! A berserk power erupted as the person was sent flying by Yi Xian's punch. As for the 4 followers beside him, they didn't even have time to react to what had just happened. You, how dare you hit me? That person stood up from the ground, and a divine talisman on his chest turned into dust. Yi Xian also noticed that when he punched out just now, although this fellow wasn't on guard in the slightest, the divine talisman on his chest automatically condensed into a divine shield. Damn it, don't you see? This guy dares to attack me. Kill him for me. That person was flustered and exasperated, and directly ordered his followers to attack. Ding! Target has been set. Peak Domain Enlightened God. Ding! Target set. 7th stage Profound God. At the same time that person gave the order, 2 of his subordinates pounced on Yi Xian. Humph! Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. 6-syllable mantra. Cripple! Poo-pee-you. With 2 muffled sounds, the arms of the 2 people who were charging towards Yi Xian turned into a bloody mist at the same time. They were instantly crippled. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent as everyone looked at Yi Xian. Actually, there was probably no one present who didn't know that young man. Surprisingly, that young man was the young master of the Lin clan, one of the 4 great clans of Huiwei City. He was usually arrogant and despotic, but in reality, the merchant association that Yi Xian was currently in was the Lin clan's property. Yi Xian had actually offended the Lin clan, one of the 4 great clans of Huiwei City, by being the first one to arrive at the city. Of course, even if it happened again, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to attack. Speaking of which, Yi Xian was rather displeased that he'd been brought to such an unfamiliar environment for no rhyme or reason. It would have been fine if no one had provoked him, but since someone had come knocking on his door, then Yi Xian didn't mind venting. You dare attack me? You dare attack me? The young man looked at Yi Xian, his eyes half filled with fear and half anger. However, Yi Xian didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. Yi Xian had crippled the 2 of them and vented some of the anger in his heart. After all, he had come to an unfamiliar place, so Yi Xian didn't want to provoke any trouble. Of course, He had already provoked them now. All right, let's continue. My requirements aren't high. It doesn't matter if the secret realm of the manor is small. What I need is a manor that can increase my cultivation speed by at least 50 times. Do you have that here? Yi Xian's cultivation relied on devouring, but Fei Yen still needed to cultivate. Of course, Yi Xian could absorb Fei Yen into his devouring space, but Yi Xian didn't intend to do so. Therefore, the cultivation space required by this manor was naturally prepared for Fei Yen. All right, young master, we have a set that meets your requirements. Look, it's this one. The secret realm of this manor is very small, not even 1% of the size. However, this manor has set up a special spirit gathering seal, so it can increase your cultivation speed by 50 times. Are you satisfied with it? Logically speaking, Yi Xian had made an enemy of the Lin family's young master. This merchant association was the Lin family's property, so even if they didn't immediately deal with Yi Xian, they shouldn't continue to give Yi Xian things. However, the Lin family was a business-oriented family. They had always followed the principle that whoever entered was a guest. Even if they immediately attacked Yi Xian after he walked out, as long as Yi Xian was still in their shop, they would treat him as a guest. This was one of the Lin family's characteristics. However, even so, the Lin family's reaction was still a little strange. This was because at this moment, the Lin family's young master was forcefully pulled away by an expert, as if deliberately preventing the young master from continuing his nonsense. Yi Xian didn't care about this. He looked at the manor and nodded. All right, this will be it. What's the price? Yes, this is a cheap set. I'll give young master a 10% discount. 12 million divine crystals will do. Don't worry, young master. If young master doesn't need it in the future, you can still sell it, so young master won't lose out. Yes, all right. Then, this will be it. Yi Xian was in the front hall of the manor, but in the back hall, the Lin family's young master was being reprimanded by an elder. Immerse, how many times have I told you? Why won't you change your nature? Why are you still causing trouble every day? Sooner or later, our Lin family will be harmed by you. Third uncle, what do you mean by that? It's fine if you don't help me teach that brat a lesson, but you're actually scolding me? I was bullied in your shop. Are you still my third uncle? Sigh, Immerse, it's fine if you usually bully those commoners, but today you even dared to provoke someone from the Divine Master family. Are you trying to kill our Lin family? Someone from the Divine Master family? Third uncle, what are you saying? That brat is just a minor aristocrat. It's not like I didn't see his identity token. He's just a minor aristocrat. Do you really think his identity token is that simple? Could it be that you didn't see what material that token was made of? Although on the surface, it looked like an ordinary small noble token. Could it be that you didn't see that it was made of the divine Kunlun stone? Who in the entire Kunlun divine domain has the divine Kunlun stone? Chapter 2249. The divine Kunlun stone was not a special treasure. In fact, it had no other use other than its sturdiness. 135-7924-6810 GGGD, however, the divine Kunlun stone was only produced in one mine in the entire Kunlun divine domain. It had always been the symbol of the Divine Master's family. Of course, how could something made by a sovereign be so ordinary? Those who knew their stuff would naturally know what it was. Those who did not would not have the right to know. Fortunately, their Lin family was quite knowledgeable and was able to recognize Yi Xian's command medallion. The youth's eyes were filled with fear, but there was also a hint of killing intent hidden deep within. So what if he had the divine Kunlun stone? Death. Yi Xian did not know this. In his eyes, what happened just now was just a small interlude. After buying a house in the manor, Yi Xian bought a few more things, and now he had a home in Huiwa City. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, Yi Xian had already stayed here for 2 months. The sect was very liberal. Every day, countless powerful cultivators would give lessons on all kinds of knowledge, from the creation of seals to the creation of pills and treasures to the creation of mystiques, and so on. There was even information on how to find special materials, and so on. Yi Xian spent the past 2 months in a very fulfilling manner. Yi Xian could devour and level up quickly, but the title of Front Crown was not something that could be obtained by devouring. On this day, Yi Xian continued to listen to lessons as usual. However, the system's sudden notification made Yi Xian ecstatic. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Front Crown. Ding! Host is currently a second-grade warrior, middle-grade profound god. In the Kunlun divine domain, there were some people who had obtained the title of Front Crown. From the beginning, Yi Xian had suspected that there was a way to obtain it. After listening to a few lessons in the sect, Yi Xian finally sensed that it was comprehensive strength. Yes, the way to obtain the title of Front Crown could be obtained by increasing one's comprehensive strength, at least for the warrior, general, and king ranks. How could those so-called secondary professions be so unbearable? What Yi Xian had seen and heard in the 100 territories of Mo was misleading. In the 100 territories of Mo, Yi Xian saw people with special occupations. They generally had high statuses, but their realms were not high. As for those with high realms, they didn't have many secondary professions. Only when Yi Xian was constantly receiving new knowledge, in this place did he finally comprehend it. In fact, any secondary profession was actually a type of strength, not just a divine ability or realm. For example, Yi Xian often used restrictions in battle. Pills could also be used in battle, and beast taming could also be used in battle. All of this depends on whether you can master it. Of course, many people didn't know this at all. And even if one knew without sufficient talent, it was impossible to say that one could learn all of them. But Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian had the system. As long as he heard something, he could quickly learn it. In just 2 short months, Yi Xian had actually obtained the title of champion of the warrior rank. What was a genius? This was a true genius. Because of this, Yi Xian became more attentive to all kinds of powers. As long as he could come into contact with something, no matter what it was, Yi Xian would learn it. Anyway, with the system, Yi Xian didn't have to worry about not being able to learn it. Yi Xian seemed to have transformed into an eager student, constantly learning, until another half a year passed. This half a year could be considered the most peaceful half a year Yi Xian had ever been in the god realm. At one point, Yi Xian even felt that perhaps he could live a peaceful life in the god realm like this. But the god realm was the god realm after all. It was a world where the strong were respected, where the weak were the strong. It was impossible for them to have the peace they wanted. Silence and tolerance would only be seen as incompetence. On this day, Yi Xian prepared to listen to a Grandmaster Beast Tamer class as usual. But halfway there, he was stopped by someone. QWPM, is this the kid? Yes, that's right. I've been observing him for a long time. Don't be fooled by his honest appearance. He's actually a rich man. At first, we actually misjudged him. I heard that he's a minor noble. Oh, minor noble? A noble actually came to our ancient desolation hall. Let's go and ask him for some pocket money. What do you want? Yi Xian looked at these people. Perhaps his peaceful life had been too comfortable, so much so that Yi Xian's hot-bloodedness had been obliterated. We don't want to do anything. It's just that we've been a little tight lately, so we wanted to ask you for some god crystals to spend. It's not much, just 500,000. 500,000 is nothing to you. What do you think, brother? They actually dared to rob Yi Xian. Even if I have them, why should I give them to you? Yi Xian looked at these people. It had been a long time since he fought with someone. Was this peaceful life too comfortable? What, you're not going to give them? If I'm not giving them, what are you going to do about it? Good boy, how dare you be so impudent in front of us? Go, teach him a lesson. These people actually attacked without hesitation. Moreover, they wanted to steal Yi Xian's interspatial ring. You're all courting death. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly pounced forward. Yi Xian didn't want to kill anyone, so he didn't even use the God Slayer. However, with just one punch, the person in front of him died. Just like that. Murder! Someone killed him. Following this shout, more than 30 people appeared around Yi Xian in an instant. Moreover, all of them were at least mid-level mystic gods. A trap. This was a trap. Someone wanted to frame Yi Xian. At this time, a youth walked out. Who else could it be but the young master of the Lin family? This guy had endured for so long and finally came to seek revenge on Yi Xian. It's you. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw the young master of the Lin family. It seemed that peace on the surface could really numb people. In fact, if Yi Xian hadn't seen this guy again, he would have forgotten about what had happened. Humph, good boy. How dare you kill someone in the sect? I think you're courting death. Everyone, go, take him back for punishment. Although they were shouting to be punished, these people all took out their Dharma treasures. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yi Xian. System. Check that guy's cultivation level. Ding. Target set. Low-level 8th grade mystic god. Low-level 8th grade mystic god. Then he was courting death. 6-syllable mantra. Die. A mysterious power was activated. The young master of the Lin family didn't even have time to react before he died. Yes, Yi Xian's one sentence had taken the life of the young master of the Lin family. Young master is dead. Someone shouted in horror. In an instant, everyone rushed toward Yi Xian. 1,000 beast sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He immediately summoned 2 great sword servants. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 god-class mounts appeared, along with flower goddess Many Flowers. Chapter 2250. Girl, hurry up and leave. Yi Xian sent a telepathic message to Fian. 135-7924, 6810 GG. There was no way Yi Xian could stay in the Huiwa sect and Huiwa City any longer. Yi Xian did not know much about the past half a year, but he was very clear about the young master of the Lin family and the strength of the Lin family. While the 1,000 beast sword servants were blocking those people, Yi Xian did not care too much and rushed out. Indeed, as soon as Yi Xian left, several experts rushed over. All of them were true immortals. Yi Xian did not dare to hesitate and ran for his life. As he ran, Yi Xian was filled with regret. He did not regret killing the young master of the Lin family, but his own carelessness and laziness. Yi Xian, did you really think that you could live a peaceful life in the Kunlun god domain? Without strength, you would only be trampled on no matter where you went. Today, it was the young master of the Lin family. Who would it be tomorrow? Damn it, I was slacked off by a peaceful life. Yi Xian was infuriated. After such a long time, he had not improved at all. Although he had obtained the title of champion, it could also be said that he had obtained it by accident, and not through Yi Xian's own hard work. It could even be said that Yi Xian had not thought of this when he first joined the sect. He wanted to leave Huiwa City. No, to be precise, he wanted to leave all cities. Yi Xian did not belong in the city at all. Yi Xian did not have the right to enjoy it yet. Luo was waiting for Yi Xian to rescue her. Yi Xian had not completed the system's mission, and even the system had not been fully repaired yet. Looks like I have to thank the young master of the Lin family. If he had not beaten me awake, perhaps I would really be living such a peaceful life. Lin family? Huiwa City? Yi Xian will return one day. Don't worry, it won't be long. After Fian teleported to Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian began his plan again. During this time, Yi Xian had gained some understanding of the Kunlun God domain and collected some maps. Now, Yi Xian's temporary choice was to go to an ancient ruin. It was said that many people would come here to explore, but no one had ever entered it. It was said that it was extremely dangerous and had powerful illusions. Yi Xian wanted to see what was so mysterious about this place. Soon, Yi Xian came to a place. Yi Xian was immortal. The immortal god, immortal Aman, was immortal, was immortal, was the immortal, mortal Aman. And immortal. One of them was mainly used for killing and was guarded by countless divine beasts. It could be said that many people would be trapped to death by the main illusion. As for the last one, it was the pressure, which was so strong that it could destroy the godhood of anyone who entered. Yi Xian had chosen the path of slaughter. Divine beasts? Yi Xian lacked the corpses of divine beasts. Just like before, Fian only waited outside while Yi Xian entered alone. The moment Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the White Valley, he saw a divine beast blocking in front of Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. Target is high-level heavenly god. Heavenly god stage. Yi Xian smiled and killed him with a casual swing of his sword. He did not even look at the corpse before swallowing it whole. It seemed that all the divine beasts here had their own territories. As long as Yi Xian did not enter their territories, these divine beasts would not attack. Therefore, Yi Xian benefited. Along the way, Yi Xian did not care what cultivation level the divine beasts were. He killed and swallowed all of them. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 3 middle level profound god stage. The long-awaited notification finally sounded. Finally, he had broken through. However, this was just the beginning because Yi Xian was about to start a new round of crazy leveling. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. A powerful divine beast is detected ahead. Please take note. The system actually gave an early warning. It seemed that he had really encountered a powerful divine beast. Yi Xian raised his guard and continued forward. Soon, Yi Xian found a divine beast. At the same time, the system notification sounded again. Ding! System notification. Target is peak high-level profound god stage. Ding! System notification. Special high-level devouring beast detected. It was actually a devouring beast. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. No matter what, Yi Xian would not let him go. This guy was not only a devouring beast, but a special devouring beast. In other words, once Yi Xian was killed, not only would he be able to obtain devouring points, but he would also be able to obtain special materials. Peak high-level profound god stage. It was indeed a little tricky. However, Yi Xian still had a title now, even if it was only at the warrior level. The title would be refreshed, but it would be refreshed once for every level. In other words, as long as Yi Xian did not level up to the high-level profound god stage, then as long as he was at the middle-level profound god stage, his title would still exist, and he would be able to obtain a boost in strength. At this time, although Yi Xian was only at the middle-level third-level profound god stage, it was not that he did not have a chance to kill this divine beast. Of course, it was necessary to make some preparations in advance. Yi Xian's figure moved, and resources were constantly being used, and restrictions were being set up one after another. Yes, since this guy was so strong, Yi Xian would borrow the power of the restrictions. At the same time, Yi Xian also created a few small self-destructing restrictions. Self-destructing restrictions were similar to self-destructing magic treasures. They were one-time consumables, but their power was not bad. After the preparations were done, Yi Xian summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants and the deity flower sword servants. At the same time, he held the god slayer in his hand. Wei Zhentian, look at the new magic treasure form today. Wei Zhentian immediately flew out of the god slayer and transformed into his magic treasure form. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian liked the first one. Mountain-breaking hammer. Every attack has a chance to stun the opponent. The effect was not bad. Although it was only a chance, Yi Xian liked the appearance of the sledgehammer. The divine beast was about 10 meters tall, and it was perfect to use the sledgehammer to deal with it. Go! In an instant, the 1,000 beast sword servants and the deity flower sword servants rushed out with the deity flower sword servants and the deity flower sword servants. The divine beast naturally noticed Yi Xian, but Yi Xian did not enter its territory, so it did not pay attention. Now that Yi Xian had barged in, it immediately roared and charged. Roar! The divine beast roared, and its body suddenly expanded several times. At the same time, its claws were already slamming down. Boom! At least 20 divine beasts were sent flying. However, the rest of the leveling mounts took the opportunity to pounce on it. Roar! Another deafening roar rang out as the divine beast whipped its tail and sent another dozen or so divine beast mounts flying. Amazing! Yi Xian watched from afar, but did not pay much attention. Chapter 2251. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. All of a sudden, Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending 7 rays of light towards the divine beast. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian leaped into the air with the god-slaying sword in his left hand and the mountain-breaking hammer in his right. That was not the end. Under Yi Xian's control, 5 small seals were activated behind Yi Xian, pouncing towards the divine beast. Boom, boom, boom. 5 loud explosions rang out, accompanied by the sound of the god-slaying / hitting the divine beast. Die for me! Yi Xian struck out with both hands. Bam! The divine beast was sent flying by Yi Xian. However, it was not dead yet. After all, it was a divine beast of the upper-level profound god realm. How could it die so easily? Of course, his doomsday had already arrived. Devour spiritual sense. The divine beast was already injured. Coupled with the sudden attack of the spiritual sense, its body stiffened slightly. However, in that instant, Yi Xian's attack arrived once again. Boom! The mountain-breaking hammer smashed down. The divine beast was stunned again. It turned out that the mountain-breaking hammer's stun effect was activated. Good chance. Yi Xian threw out the 2 weapons in his hands at the same time. In midair, Wei Zhentian had already taken control of the god-slaying sword and launched a fierce attack. Of course, Yi Xian was not idle either. At the same time, he activated the seals that he had set up earlier. Violent attacks were launched in that instant. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Devour points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine soul fragment. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special material, the Heart of Fury. Haha! Yi Xian laughed. As expected, one's strength could only be improved through battle. Devouring Hand. The corpse of the devouring beast naturally could not be wasted. After all, it was still a divine beast of the upper-level profound god realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level profound God realm. Awesome. Yi Xian had not felt so good in a long time. Now that he thought about it, his days in the Radiant Moon School had never been as passionate as this. Continue forward. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian led the Divine Tear Mount and the Divine Blossom Sword Servants forward. Once again, Yi Xian killed and devoured many mythological beast corpses, until Yi Xian reached a door. Ding! Host has discovered a random hidden mission, White Valley's secret. Ding! System notification. If the host explores the White Valley, the host will receive a random reward. Huh, did I trigger a random mission? Yi Xian smiled and swung the god-slaying sword in his hand, breaking the door open with brute force. Boom! The berserk power instantly shattered the door as Yi Xian walked in. However, Yi Xian's sword had created a huge problem. Just as Yi Xian entered through the door, several powerful mythical beasts suddenly rushed over. Furthermore, without exception, all of them were completely white. Could this be why the White Valley was called the White Valley? Ding! Host, please note that all mythological beasts of the White Valley have the title of Warrior Front Crown. Ding! System notification. Host has completed a random mission and received a fragment of the Heart of Transmission. Ding! System notification. Host is advised to leave immediately. Holy shit! Did I complete the mission just like that? Furthermore, even without the system's reminder, Yi Xian was already running away. They were all mythological beasts with the title of Warrior Front Crown. There was no way they could win. Fortunately, the moment Yi Xian exited the door, the mythological beast stopped chasing him. However, upon seeing this, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Hey, these guys don't seem to be able to walk out of the door. Then, should I make use of them? Yes, seeing that the mythological beasts could not walk out of the door, Yi Xian had an idea. Then, let's give it a try. Yi Xian quickly began to set up restrictions one by one. After he was done, Yi Xian carefully directed the 1,000 beast sword servants to move forward. Indeed, as soon as the 1,000 beast sword servants entered, several mythological beasts of the White Valley immediately charged towards them. This is the effect I wanted. Activate the restrictions. In an instant, Yi Xian focused all the restrictions on one of the mythological beasts of the White Valley. At the same time, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and charged forward. A series of violent skills killed one of the mythological beasts of the White Valley. Devour. Yi Xian activated the Devourer ability again. This time, Yi Xian did not level up so quickly. However, he still received a piece of good news. Ding! System notification. Host has devoured a Warrior Front Crown. The Devourer ability has been upgraded. From now on, the system will devour the corpses of mythological beasts with the title of Warrior Front Crown. The experience gained will be increased, but the experience gained from the corpses of normal mythological beasts will remain the same. Yes, this was to be expected. One had to know that mythological beasts of the White Valley were not easy to deal with. Using the same method, Yi Xian continued to use the same method to kill more than 10 mythological beasts of the White Valley. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Middle Tier 5 Mystic God Stage. Another level up. Awesome! However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue, he heard a voice. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Do you want to die? Ding! System notification. Warning, warning, please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Ding! System notification. Detecting the aura of a peak True God Stage Elite. Ding! System notification. Detecting the members of the Annihilation Organization. Holy shit! Yi Xian did not care so much. He ordered the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Deity Blossom Sword Servants to charge forward with their divine mounts and 100 blossom sword servants. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. What did he just hear? Annihilation Organization. Annihilation Organization again. This haunting Annihilation Organization. Was it really such a coincidence that he would meet them again so soon? The last time in the 100 territories of Mo, although Yi Xian killed a member of Annihilation Organization and destroyed the puppet, Mo Shanga, the ancient demon god, was still taken away by Annihilation Organization. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet someone from Annihilation Organization again in the Kunlun god territory? This was really haunting. Yi Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He ran far away in one breath before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, that guy did not notice Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be in deep trouble this time. One had to know that Annihilation Organization was extremely mysterious. Once someone entered their territory, they would definitely kill to silence them. System, oh system, this time Yi Xian had been tricked. What did it say that he had already completed the random mission? The biggest secret was obviously the Annihilation Organization. Yi Xian would not be going to the White Valley for the time being. However, he noted it down. If there was someone from Annihilation in the White Valley, then Yi Xian would definitely not let it go. After stopping, Yi Xian finally noticed the two special materials he had obtained this time, the Heart of Brutality and the Heart of Teleportation. He wondered what these two items could be used for. Heart of Brutality, special item used for the Brutal Sword Servant. The Brutal Sword Servant's special ability is to fight to the death. Once a battle begins, it will not end until the target is killed. Furthermore, the Brutal Sword Servant has the ability to grow. The specific growth is unknown. Chapter 2252. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the introduction was simple, Yi Xian already knew that these two items were good stuff. 1357924 6810 GDGDA, Sword Attendant, and a Mystique. To be honest, Yi Xian was in need of sword attendants, especially those who could scout for Yi Xian. Previously, when he was at the 8th heaven, he had the invincible sword god's doppelganger to scout. However, after ascending to the 9th heaven, the system entered stealth mode and made mistakes. Now, every time Yi Xian went on an adventure, he could only do it himself. Hence, there were many records of him encountering danger. Unfortunately, without suitable materials, Yi Xian could do nothing. He put away the two special materials. Yi Xian called for the system. System, where should I go next? Ding. System notification. According to the information the host has, the host's best choice is to go to the Ethereal Floating Island. The Ethereal Floating Island. When Yi Xian was at the Radiant Moon sect, he had heard a rumor. It was said that in the Kunlun god domain, there was a mysterious race. The gods of this race did not have a fixed form because they were a type of spiritual god. However, this race produced a very special material, the Ethereal Divine Stone. The Ethereal Divine Stone was the best material for god talismans, and god talismans were much more convenient than seals. Seals were usually fixed in one place, and small seals were not powerful enough. However, god talismans were different. God talismans were easy to carry around, and they could produce all kinds of special god talismans. After all, using seals consumed too many resources, and it was very inconvenient. Hence, Yi Xian prepared to make god talismans as a support method. Anyway, with the system, as long as he had the materials, refining was not a problem. Hence, Yi Xian paid special attention to the Ethereal Floating Island. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this mysterious race had completely disappeared. Yi Xian could only look for the Ethereal Floating Island and see if he could find some Ethereal Divine Stones. All right, then let's go to the Ethereal Floating Island. System, Maintain detection mode at all times. I'm afraid it won't be so easy this time. Ding. Detection mode has been activated. Target is ethereal floating island. Yi Xian nodded and quickly flew towards the legendary location where the floating island had last appeared. Young master, where are we going this time? Along the way, Flying Smoke asked Yi Xian. Oh, this time we're going to the ethereal floating island. I'm going to look for ethereal spirit stones to refine divine talismans. Ethereal floating island? Sir, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. The ethereal floating island has actually disappeared along with the ethereal tribe. How did you know? After Yi Xian asked this question, he immediately reacted. Wasn't Fian from the spiritual god clan? Although it was different from the empty spirit clan, they were still from the spirit god clan. Perhaps Fian would know some useful information. Girl, what do you know? Hurry up and tell me. Young master, as far as I know, the empty spirit clan has already gone into hiding. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find them. However, since young master is looking for materials for the divine talisman, there are many materials that can replace or even surpass the empty spirit stone. I suggest that young master go to the divine talisman tribe. Divine talisman tribe? What's that? Why do they still call it a tribe? Young master, please don't mind. The divine talisman tribe is originally a foreign tribe, so it's not strange for them to have such a name. Moreover, their forces are spread throughout the entire divine realm. As long as you can find them, you might be able to obtain a great opportunity. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that Fian didn't know the exact location of the divine talisman tribe. Girl, do you have a way to find them? Yes, young master. I once had the chance to meet a 9th grade talisman master of the divine talisman tribe. She left me a special treasure that is specially used to find the divine talisman tribe. As she spoke, Fian handed Yi Xian a strange leaf. Ding! System notification. According to the records of the ancient divine emperor's inheritance, the divine talisman tribe is a hidden tribe. Its members are spread throughout the entire divine realm, and every branch is constantly on the move. The divine talisman tribe is one of the top 10 talisman tribes in the divine realm and possesses countless mysterious divine talismans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the chain mission, Divine Talisman Inheritance. Ding! This mission will reward the host according to the number of segments completed and completion rate. It was another random mission. His luck was pretty good. Yi Xian nodded. Since Fian and the system said so, then Yi Xian naturally had to find the divine talisman tribe. Fian, how do I use this leaf? Yi Xian took the leaf and studied it for a long time. However, he couldn't decipher how to use it, so he could only ask Fian. Young master, this leaf is actually a special sensing divine talisman. Young master, please pay attention to the golden line on the leaf. That golden line is the direction it points to. Needless to say, if it wasn't for Fian's reminder, Yi Xian wouldn't have noticed that there were countless thin lines on the leaf. Moreover, there were many different colors. Just the thin golden lines alone numbered over 100. However, after Fian pointed them out, Yi Xian realized that there was only one of these thin lines. No matter how Yi Xian changed his position, he would always point in one direction. Since it was like this, then Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He directly followed the golden line's guidance and walked forward. About 7 or 8 days later, Yi Xian arrived at a city. This time, he deliberately came. As for the reason, Yi Xian wanted to buy a carriage. Otherwise, it would be too slow to travel by himself. Yi Xian directly arrived at the city's relay station. After some negotiations, he chose a carriage that was not bad. Although it couldn't compare to the 3-clawed golden dragon carriage, it still had the speed of 50 realms of daily travel. At least, It was much better than Yi Xian traveling by himself. However, just as Yi Xian put away the carriage, he found that he was surrounded. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't have any enemies here. Then, who were these people? Have you confirmed the target? Yes, confirmed, according to the mission requirements. It is indeed this person. Okay, then let's do it. Kill him and complete the mission. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at these people. He couldn't figure out who they were. Haha, who are we? There's no harm in telling you. After all, you're already a dead man. Brat, you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Someone is willing to pay 10 million divine crystals to buy your life. All right, cut the crap and die. Ding. System notification. Target set, 7th grade upper profound god. Ding. System notification. Hidden hostility detected. Host, please take note. Hidden hostility? Did that mean that someone was secretly lying in ambush? Who were these people? Assassins? They should be. Since they said that someone paid for Yi Xian's life, then they should be assassins. But the key point was, who would pay for Yi Xian's life? Huiwa City's Lin family? Chapter 2253. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not know who wanted to kill Yi Xian, but no matter who it was, Yi Xian would not sit still and wait for death. 135-7924 6810 GGGD. Humph, you want to kill me? Just you? You don't have the qualifications. There were a total of 3 people on the other side, but other than the 7th grade profound god, the other 2 were nothing to be afraid of. As for the assassin hiding in the dark, Yi Xian did not care too much. This kind of assassin could only rely on sneak attacks and wanted to kill in one blow. However, with the system, it was almost impossible to sneak attack Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian's fearless appearance, the leader laughed and said, "Kid, do you think you can save your life by pretending to be calm? You can't escape today. Kill him." As the leader's voice fell, the 2 mid-grade profound gods beside him suddenly moved and rushed toward Yi Xian. A faint light appeared between their hands, and they did not use any artifacts. No, they had refined their own hands into magic treasures. What a strange cultivation method. It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such a method before. There were many people who cultivated their bodies, and even Yi Xian strengthened his physique. However, to refine one's own body into an artifact, Yi Xian had never heard of such a strange method before. Of course, with just this little bit of skill, Yi Xian wouldn't put it in his eyes. Deity vanquishing slash. Yi Xian casually slashed out. In Yi Xian's eyes, this slash was enough to kill the 2 people. However, the result was out of Yi Xian's expectations. This time, Yi Xian attacked with 6 slashes. 6 deity vanquishing slashes, sword lights. Not to mention mid-grade profound gods. Even high-grade profound gods would be severely injured. But the reality was that those 2 had actually caught Yi Xian's attack with both hands. In fact, he even dared to crush the sword light with both of his hands. What a strange cultivation method. Yi Xian was stunned. At that moment, Yi Xian actually saw a mysterious power appear between their hands. That power directly bound the deity's slaying slash, which was condensed from divine power, and then squeezed. The divine power shattered and turned into nothingness. Yi Xian had never seen such power before. It seemed that these people also had some special divine abilities. However, if they could withstand the deity's slaying slash, would they be able to withstand the 6-syllable mantra? Die, Yi Xian said coldly as he looked at the 2 of them. A mysterious power was activated. A mysterious power that only Yi Xian could sense suddenly rushed towards the 2 people. In just an instant, the 2 figures that were sprinting stopped. Then, with a thump, they fell to the ground, never to get up. Their godheads had been shattered, and they couldn't be more dead. When the superior profound god saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't even see Yi Xian make a move. He only said the word die, but his two subordinates died immediately. This kind of terrifying strength made him feel apprehensive. Ding! Warning! An unknown attack has been detected. The system has automatically taken over the defense. Ding! Crisis averted. It was the hidden killer. This guy knew how to find the right time to make a move. However, if he wanted to sneak up on Yi Xian, he wasn't qualified enough. That person's figure was exposed, but his eyes were filled with astonishment. Logically speaking, the time just now was undoubtedly the best time to make a move. Yi Xian's vigilance was already at its lowest. However, he clearly saw that Yi Xian had relaxed, but when he made a move, Yi Xian still made the most timely and correct choice, which was to directly resist the opponent's attack. It could be said that he had killed countless people, but he had never seen anyone with such a fast reaction. In fact, even a superior profound god didn't have such a strong reaction time. The killer was stunned. Naturally, his figure slowed down by half a beat, and he didn't retreat immediately. However, just because he was in a daze didn't mean that Yi Xian was also in a daze. You dare to sneak up on me? You're courting death. Wei Zhentian, kill him for me. Following Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian directly controlled the god-slaying sword and suddenly rushed out. Uffed. The killer didn't even have time to react before the god-slaying sword pierced through him. His godhead shattered instantly, and he gradually lost consciousness. In just one encounter, 3 of the 4 killers had pen names. As for the remaining superior profound god assassin, one could imagine the shock in his heart. Damn it, whose information is this? What did they say that this kid is just an ordinary mid-level profound god? Can this kind of power be considered ordinary? The killer's face was filled with shock, and at the same time, he quickly retreated. He actually didn't dare to make a move against Yi Xian and wanted to escape. Want to escape? Is it that simple? Psychic control. Psychic control couldn't control this person, but Yi Xian just needed to buy some time. A powerful psychic attack erupted from Yi Xian's body. Psychic control wasn't something that could be resisted easily. Although the superior profound god assassin resisted and broke free of the psychic control attack in a moment, he still couldn't recover. However, when he recovered, he was shocked to find that there was a huge wound on his chest, and his godhead had long been shattered. When did you? Perhaps he wanted to ask when Yi Xian attacked. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to finish this sentence. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian collected the 4 interspatial rings. There are quite a lot of things. It seems that they are all the things of the targets they killed. Unfortunately, there's nothing that I need. Then, I'll just devour them. Ding! The host has broken through. The current level is mid-level 6th level profound god. He had broken through again. It could be said that Yi Xian needed to devour a huge amount of resources to level up. However, these 4 people's interspatial rings were actually enough for Yi Xian to level up once. It was obvious that they must have killed many people and robbed many people of their resources. Of course, now it was all Yi Xian's fault. Yi Xian also wanted to know who sent these people, but after all, Yi Xian's main goal now was to find the divine talisman tribe. Therefore, Yi Xian had to put the matter of these killers aside for the time being. However, once Yi Xian was free, Yi Xian would definitely ask for an explanation for what happened today. Yi Xian continued to move forward. Following the guidance of the leaf, Yi Xian hurried on with the carriage. Before he knew it, he had already traveled the distance of 700 Du realms. However, Yi Xian was now lost. In other words, Yi Xian was blocked by a mysterious restriction. Hey, Fian, no, we're back to where we were just now. Yes, just an hour ago, Yi Xian had left this place. However, an hour later, Yi Xian had returned to the original place. It should be known that using a carriage to hurry on with the journey was extremely fast. In fact, an hour was already very far away. QWPM, however, there was only one possibility for returning to the original place. That was, Yi Xian had gone in a big circle. It should be known that Yi Xian had been following the direction of the golden line on the leaf. Chapter 2254. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If Yi Xian had returned to the starting point, there was only one possibility. 135-7924-6810 GGGD. The golden thread on the leaf wasn't pointing in the wrong direction. It was pointing to a single point. The reason Yi Xian hadn't discovered this was because Yi Xian had been careless. However, it was more likely that someone had set up a powerful restriction here. Anyone who entered this place would subconsciously be led in the wrong direction without realizing it. It seemed that Yi Xian had found the location. The Divine Talisman tribe should be hidden within this restriction. However, if Yi Xian wanted to find the people of the Divine Talisman tribe, the first thing he had to do was find a way to break the restriction in front of him. System, break the restriction. Ding. System notification. This restriction is too powerful. The host's level is not high enough to break it. What? The system couldn't break it? After all, this was the hidden place of the Divine Talisman tribe. It would be strange if there weren't any special protective restrictions. Now, with the existence of such a restriction, Yi Xian's heart was much more at ease. He had finally found the place. Yi Xian hadn't searched for so long in vain. However, the question came up again. Then, how could Yi Xian break through this restriction and enter? Yi Xian could roughly understand how this restriction worked. This restriction was similar to a trick and a trick. It didn't have any intention of harming people. It just wanted to lure them away. Therefore, it didn't make sense to use one's eyes or divine consciousness to find the way. So what should he do? 1,000 beast sword servants. Suddenly, Yi Xian summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants. 1,000 beast sword servants. Seal off your 5 senses, divine consciousness, and other senses. Then, follow this direction and go straight. Yi Xian ordered. Since you want to lure me away, I don't need any senses. Let's see how you're going to do it. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, the 1,000 beast sword servants immediately took action. In an instant, the 1,000 beast sword servant became blind and deaf. His divine sense also disappeared. However, his footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to walk forward. Girl, let's go. Let's follow them. Without hesitation, Yi Xian followed behind the 1,000 beast sword servant. A moment later, as expected, the path the 1,000 beast sword attendant took changed from the straight line in Yi Xian's eyes. At this time, a large boulder blocked the 1,000 beast sword servant's path, but the 1,000 beast sword servant did not hesitate and directly crashed into it. However, the 1,000 beast sword attendant was not blocked by the stone. Its figure blurred slightly as it passed through it. It was indeed a smokescreen. Yi Xian naturally didn't hesitate and immediately followed him. Once they passed through, the scene immediately changed. All kinds of strange scenes appeared inexplicably. Sometimes it was a sea of fire, sometimes it was thunder and lightning, and sometimes it was mythical beasts running amok. However, no matter what kind of scene it was, there was one thing in common, and that was that there was no real danger here. What a divine talisman tribe. They don't want to be discovered, but they won't even use vicious mechanisms to hurt people. I want to see what's so special about this divine talisman tribe. Yi Xian led Fian. Not long after, They finally passed through the layers of illusions and directly arrived at the interior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. Find the Divine Talisman Tribe. There is no reward for now. This was a quiet mountain village. Many unique houses stood around. From time to time, a few people would casually walk around. It was as if this was a paradise in the realm of the gods. The people here seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. Yi Xian also noticed that these people were indeed from a different race. QWPM, they were not tall, only about 1 meter tall. Their eyes were both blue and red. They did not have hair, and there were rings of light above their heads. Their left hands generally had 6 fingers, but their right hands only had 4. Were these people from the Divine Talisman Tribe? Halt! Who are you? When Yi Xian put away the 1,000 beast sword servants and walked toward the village, a person holding a spear blocked his way. Hello, I am Yi Xian, and she is Fian. Are you from the Divine Talisman Tribe? Yes, we are from the Divine Talisman Tribe. However, how did you find this place? We use this. Yi Xian took out the leaf. Since this leaf was given by the Divine Talisman Tribe, it must be a symbol of status. A leaf from the Divine Talisman tree. So, you are a guest. Please follow me. Sure enough, when he saw the leaf, a smile appeared on that person's face. At the same time, he was much more polite to Yi Xian. How rare! Our tribe has not had a guest for more than 100,000 years. I will immediately inform Elder Fu Yi. He will definitely be very happy. That person brought Yi Xian into the village. After introducing Yi Xian and the others to the villagers, he immediately left. When they heard that Yi Xian had come with a leaf from the Divine Talisman tree, the people of the Divine Talisman Tribe were very enthusiastic. Many young men and women even surrounded Yi Xian and asked about the outside world. These people had never left the tribe before. Even if they migrated every time, it was in an illusion. It could be said that they had no idea what the outside world was like. To be honest, Yi Xian did not know much. However, he still patiently explained to them what Yi Xian knew. Soon, an elder came over. Elder Fu Yi. All the villagers bowed respectfully to Elder Fu Yi. Ding. System notification. The target's realm is too high. Unable to detect. It was actually a super strong cultivator. Since the system could not detect, it proved that this person was most likely a super existence at the King God realm. Yi Xian naturally did not dare to be presumptuous. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, Junior Yi Xian greets Elder Fu Yi. Ha, good, good. It has been a long time since someone came to our tribe. Our tribe has never been in contact with the outside world, and we do not know about divine talismans. I did not expect that you would have the guidance of the divine talisman tree. The elder first looked at the leaf in Yi Xian's hand and said happily. It was obvious that they were very interested in the leaf in Yi Xian's hand, although Yi Xian did not know what use it had. However, he was sure that this leaf was not something simple. Fian seemed to be from the spiritual god tribe, so she could communicate with the talisman tribe quickly. At that moment, Fian had already been pulled to the other side by a few young women of the divine talisman tribe. Yi Xian naturally did not care so much. Little guy, why have you come to our divine talisman tribe? Elder Fu Yi asked Yi Xian with a smile. Chapter 2255. Therefore, Yi Xian directly told them that he had originally planned to look for the Void Spirit Stone, but had come here because he found out that the Divine Talisman race's rune techniques were even more powerful. 135-7924-6810 GGGD. Oh, you want to learn runes? Or do you want to obtain rune materials? Unexpectedly, it was just as Fian had said. The people of the Divine Talisman tribe didn't care about their motives. When Yi Xian said his intentions, Elder Fu Yi didn't ask any more questions. Of course I want to learn runes. However, I also need to obtain some rune materials. Oh, so that's how it is. You have the leaves of the rune divine tree, so we can allow you to learn the basic rune techniques in the rune pavilion. However, because you are an outsider, you can only learn in the first 3 pavilions. If you want to learn more runes, then you need to go to the Rune Valley by yourself. You can kill rune beasts there and obtain the materials you want. You can also learn some rune methods. Yi Xian nodded. The way the Rune tribe treated their guests was really simple. However, if it was a simple rune, it wasn't necessary for Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to learn runes, then he wanted to learn the highest level runes. Elder, if I want to learn the highest level runes, can I? You want to become a high-level rune master. Haha, young man, of course I won't stop you. If you really have the talent, then of course you can learn it. However, it's not that easy to become a high-level rune master. In the outside world, the so-called rune masters are only intermediate-level rune masters in our tribe. Now, you should know how difficult it is to learn runes. Yi Xian nodded, but didn't care at all. Because he had the system, there was nothing that Yi Xian couldn't learn. Elder, don't worry. I will work hard. Haha, good boy, do as you wish. I will arrange a place for you in the tribe, and all the places in our tribe are open to you. You can go wherever you want. However, young man, I don't know if you can give me the leaf of the rune divine tree in your hand. I am willing to give you rune materials. Yi Xian was a little surprised. He didn't know what this elder wanted the leaf for. Yi Xian took it out and handed it to Elder Fu Yi, then asked, Elder, there is something that I don't understand. Elder, why do you want this leaf? Human brat, you're not a member of my Divine Talisman clan, so it's not strange that you don't know. There's only one divine tree of runes in the entire divine world, and it's our Divine Talisman clan's natal divine tree. There will always be 1,000 leaves, and if you pluck a leaf, you'll need 90 million years to grow another. 5 Xian, 10 yes divine. Yi, leaf divine. Yi, there were only 1,000 leaves in the entire divine realm, and one would only grow every 90 million years. Yi Xian was shocked. This wasn't something that could only be described as precious. What was Fian's identity? Why would the Divine Talisman tribe give her such a precious thing? As for Yi Xian understood why he was able to receive so much special treatment. In the eyes of this tribe, even 10,000 Yi Xians wouldn't be as precious as that leaf. Of course, the leaf of the Rune Divine Tree was useless in Yi Xian's hands. In that case, it wasn't a loss to use it to exchange for something that Yi Xian needed. Yi Xian displayed his strong learning ability in the following days. According to the Divine Talisman tribe's classification system, Rune Masters were divided into 6 levels: Apprentice, Primary, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, and Legendary. An ordinary person would need at least a few hundred years to reach the apprentice level. However, Yi Xian only took 7 days. In 7 days, Yi Xian had grasped all of the elementary runes. QWPM, everyone in the Divine Talisman tribe looked at him as if he was a monster. However, the real shock was yet to come. Yi Xian only took 3 months to become a primary rune master. Yi Xian only took 5 months to become an intermediate rune master. One had to know that in this tribe, there were less than 300 intermediate rune masters. There were more than 30,000 people in this tribe, but only 300 of them had become intermediate rune masters. This showed how low the ratio was. However, Yi Xian only took 8 months. In just 8 months, he completed all the intermediate rune master cultivation and started the advanced rune master cultivation. This was simply like a legend. as expected of the person who owns the rune Divine Tree's leaf. How could he be a human? Such a person would have a chance to become a legendary existence in our Divine Talisman tribe. Elder Fu Yi looked at Yi Xian, who was studying runes from afar, and his eyes were full of reluctance and shock. He was reluctant because Yi Xian was so talented, but he wasn't a member of the Divine Talisman tribe. At this time, Yi Xian had a large pile of materials in front of him. Ever since Yi Xian had displayed his powerful talent, the Divine Talisman tribe had provided him with all kinds of materials to facilitate his learning. However, Yi Xian finally encountered a problem when he reached the advanced Rune Master level. System: I have already failed 3 times in these 17 consecutive explosive runes. Are you sure you can't help me anymore? Ding. System notification. Host's level is not high enough. The system's authority is limited and cannot help the host. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission Intermediate Rune Master. There is no reward for now. His level was not high enough. Sigh. Yi Xian was also quite depressed. This meant that Yi Xian had already mastered the highest rune refinement technique that he could at his current level. Was he going to give up just like that? However, Yi Xian was still quite unwilling to give up. Moreover, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to obtain a second leaf from the Divine Tree of Runes. How could Yi Xian be willing to give up such a good learning opportunity in vain? However, should he level up now and come back? It wasn't as if Yi Xian hadn't tried. Those rune beasts would drop some rune materials, but the experience gained after devouring them was very little. This was because almost all of those rune beasts were reared by the Divine Talisman tribe, and they were generally at the True God realm or the Sky God realm. It was very difficult to find even a single spiritual God realm cultivator. According to the rules, once Yi Xian left this tribe, it would be considered as giving up this learning opportunity. The tribe would migrate again, and it would be impossible for Yi Xian to find him again. This made Yi Xian feel like he was in a dilemma. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that with what he had learned now, he would probably be considered a super rune master in the outside world. After all, the ultimate rune master of the Divine Talisman tribe was already a master in the outside world. Moreover, Yi Xian had also learned all the rune techniques in this tribe that he could learn, including some rare rune techniques that had been passed down since ancient times. Chapter 2256. Yi Xian sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth after all. 135-7924-6810 however, Yi Xian was still quite satisfied with his harvest this time. After learning so many runes, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. It was time to leave. Yi Xian had already stayed in the Divine Talisman tribe for almost a year. It was time to leave. When Yi Xian suggested leaving, the people of the Divine Talisman tribe were obviously reluctant to part with him. After all, in their eyes, Yi Xian should be part of their tribe, not a human. Elder Fu Yi looked at Yi Xian with some reluctance in his eyes. Yi Xian, are you really leaving? Elder, don't try to persuade me. Although I can't bear to part with everyone, I still have my own mission. Therefore, I can't continue to stay here. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. If there is a chance, I will come back and learn runes again. Elder Fu Ye's expression kept changing. Suddenly, he seemed to have made a very difficult decision. Yi Xian, this time, this old man will take a gamble. For you, this old man will also take a gamble this time. Gamble? The people of the Divine Talisman tribe actually said the word gamble. What was Elder Fu Yi thinking? Yi Xian, as the 9,432nd Guardian Elder of the Xian Divine Talisman tribe, I now appoint you as the 945th Honorary Guardian Elder of the Xian Divine Talisman Tribe. Furthermore, from today onwards, the Xian Divine Talisman Tribe announces the birth of the tribe. What? The entire Xian Divine Talisman Tribe was shocked. Birth. They were actually going to be born. One had to know that there were many hidden tribes in the divine realm. They didn't participate in any of the matters of the divine realm. They lived in the divine realm with their own unique way of survival. The Divine Talisman Tribe was the same. However, each tribe of the Divine Talisman Tribe had the right to choose whether to live in seclusion or birth. The condition for the birth of the Divine Talisman Tribe was that their guardian elder had to be recognized by the divine rune tree. Xian Divine Talisman Race's elder, Fu, Yi, was indeed gambling. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, he heard Elder Fu Yi continue. Yi Xian, during this period of time, we have all seen your actions and character. We elders have discussed this matter several times, and we have decided to appoint you as the next guardian elder. This is everyone's decision. Are you willing to accept it? I'll say this first. If you become our guardian elder, not only will you not receive any benefits, you will also have to take care of our tribe at all times. Otherwise, you will be punished by the Divine Talisman Tree. You have to think carefully before making a decision. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. The recognition of the Divine Talisman Tribe will not be rewarded for now. Yi Xian began to ponder. On the surface, this seemed like a burden to Yi Xian. Once he agreed, he would need to take care of the Divine Talisman Race. But so what? Since the Divine Talisman Race was willing to trust him, Yi Xian had no reason not to trust them. All right, Elder, I promise you, I am willing to protect everyone. I am willing to take everyone out with me. Boom. Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light descended from the sky. An extremely mysterious array formation condensed in midair. Countless rays of light converged on the array formation from all directions, then poured into Yi Xian's body from the array formation. The recognition of the Divine Talisman Tree. Yi Xian quickly absorbed the power of these divine talismans. The Divine Talisman Tree has recognized you. Elder Fu Yi seemed to be even more excited than Yi Xian. He was actually howling loudly. At this time, Yi Xian also heard the system notification. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. The recognition of the Divine Talisman Tree will not be rewarded for now. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree's blessing has been detected. The system is automatically accepting it. Ding! System notification. The host's level is continuously increasing. Ding! System notification. The host's bloodline is continuously strengthening. Ding! System notification. The host's divine sense is continuously strengthening. Ding! System notification. The system is continuously repairing. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed a special blessing. The host's devouring space has been completely repaired. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed a special blessing. The host's devouring space has left behind a seed of the Divine Talisman Tree. Ding! System notification. According to the contract with the Divine Talisman Tree, the system will use a large amount of resources to nurture the seed of the Divine Talisman Tree. Does the host agree? Holy *T. At this time, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He did not expect that there would be so many benefits. Even more so, he did not expect that the Divine Talisman Tree would actually want to sign a contract with him. Of course, even a fool would understand that this was a good thing. If he, Yi Xian, were to reject it, he would be worse than a fool. Agree. I allow the contract to be signed. Ding. The host has authorized the contract to be signed. From now on, half of the experience points that the host devours will be used to nurture the seed of the divine talisman tree. Ding. The divine talisman tree has bestowed upon the host a special identity. The host has obtained a special title, the divine talisman protector. Ding. The host has obtained a special title. The host's rune skills have increased by 1 level. The host is now a high-level rune master. Ding. According to the contract, the divine talisman tree has bestowed upon the host the 10 ancient ancestral talismans. The system has automatically accepted. Ding. According to the contract, the divine talisman tree has bestowed upon the host a special item, one of the 10 ancient ancestral talismans, the clone ancestral talisman. Clone ancestral talisman. The host can use the clone ancestral talisman to instantly create 10,000 clones of the same level and strength as the host. In addition, this ancestral talisman can only be used once. Ding. The divine talisman tree's blessing has ended. The host's level has stopped increasing. The host's current level is the 9th level profound god realm. In one breath, he had leveled up so many times. This unexpected surprise shocked Yi Xian to the point that he was speechless. However, could he really take so many benefits for free? Obviously not. Ding. System notification. The host has signed a contract with the divine talisman tree. From now on, not only the Xian tribe, but the entire divine talisman race will be under the host's protection. At the same time, if there are special circumstances, the system will forcibly transport the host to the required location through the contract. The system's last notification finally revealed the price of signing a contract with the divine talisman tree. In other words, Yi Xian would be bound to the divine talisman race from now on. He had found a burden for himself to carry on his back. Of course, this burden was actually not that heavy for Yi Xian because there was a seed of the divine talisman tree in the devouring space. At worst, he could just absorb the divine talisman race into the devouring space. After all, as long as there was the divine talisman tree, it didn't matter where they stayed. Chapter 2257. Since Wei Zhentian isn't a living creature, that's why he can be summoned. If Old Shu and the Azura Ghost Sovereign are still in the space, it shouldn't be possible. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then decided to let Wei Zhentian scout the way first. Wei Zhentian turned into a thin needle and chose the first path to pass through. Through sharing his vision, Yi Xian could clearly see that there were mechanical arms all along the way. Moreover, the journey was long and not something an ordinary person could pass through. This labyrinth of mechanisms extends in all directions. I wonder where the exit is. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Although Wei Zhentian could deal with this mechanical arm, he still needed to do something in order to use the immortal devouring system to draw a map. Since he couldn't use the void eyes here, he could only wait for Wei Zhentian to find the exit before coming back and going through it again. This step took quite a while, but it was only half a day. After that, Wei Zhentian spent another half a day to return and once again transformed into the profound god battle armor and put it on Yi Xian's body. Next, it was Yi Xian's turn to move. If Yi Xian, who was a grade 2 immortal sovereign, was allowed to pass through, using the Skyfire 3 profound change could temporarily raise Yi Xian to a grade 5 immortal sovereign. However, the Skyfire 3 profound change had a duration. Once the duration passed, Yi Xian would fall back to a grade 2 immortal sovereign. However, after wearing the profound god battle armor, it was different. There doesn't seem to be a place to rest along the way. After using the Skyfire 3 profound change, I'll try my best to hurry up. When the Skyfire 3 profound change cools down, I can only be beaten up by these mechanical arms. Yi Xian thought, if there was a place to rest along the way, it would be easy. However, there wasn't one along the way, so he could only be beaten up. This could be considered a rest. Yi Xian, who possessed the profound god battle armor and the bloodline of the immortal divine phoenix, shouldn't have a problem withstanding these attacks. After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a stride, he charged into the labyrinth. Yi Xian, who was wearing the profound god battle armor and using the Skyfire 3 profound change, was extremely fast. He easily avoided these obstacles and advanced according to the map in the immortal devouring system. However, the duration of the Skyfire 3 profound change quickly passed, causing Yi Xian's speed to drop. Bam! 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 Muffled sounds rang out as Yi Xian was hit by the mechanical arm and bounced around like a ball. Fortunately, the profound god battle armor was extremely hard, coupled with the recovery speed of the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Yi Xian was able to endure it. After a period of time, Skyfire 3 profound change, third form. Yi Xian once again used the Skyfire 3 profound change, then began to sprint once more. After a few tries, he finally left the labyrinth. However, it was already 2 days later. Adding the day that Wei Zhentian used, it was 3 days. In these 2 days, Yi Xian didn't know how many times he'd been beaten up, but fortunately, he'd already left the labyrinth. If even I have such a hard time, then those 8th and 9th grade immortal sovereigns probably won't be able to pass, right? Yi Xian thought. However, he couldn't care less. The lives of those people had nothing to do with him. This path was chosen by the other party. Moreover, the other party might not have come in yet. After passing through the labyrinth, Yi Xian sized up his new environment. This place was very spacious, as if he was in a large hall. There was only one mechanical puppet in front of him. Young man, defeat this puppet, and you can pass. A voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Who's talking? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Young man, as long as you defeat it, you will be able to see me. At that time, you will know who I am. The voice rang out in the hall again. Since that's the case, then let's destroy it. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, system analysis. This puppet definitely had a flaw, and with how powerful the immortal grade devouring system was, it shouldn't be a problem for it to find a flaw. Crack! At this moment, the puppet also began to move. Its speed was very fast, and it was at least at the immortal emperor level. Yi Xian also recalled that the labyrinth from before should be at the immortal emperor level. However, it was better to solve this problem first. Ding! Analysis successful. Without waiting for the puppet to rush over, the system prompted. The vital point of this puppet was a certain point on its back. As long as it was hit hard, it could be defeated. Attack! Yi Xian didn't waste any words. He directly took out the Leaf Fire Immortal Sword and charged forward while wearing the profound God Battle armor. Clang! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another in the great hall. Right now, Yi Xian was unable to use the Skyfire 3 profound change, so he could only rely on the profound God Battle armor to fight the puppet. Of course, he was always the one who was beaten up during the battle. However, after the Skyfire 3 profound change cooled down, he directly exploded. Skyfire 3 profound change, third form. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation rose from a grade 2 immortal sovereign to a grade 5 immortal sovereign. Immediately after, he quickly used the Eye of Assassination to arrive at the back of the puppet and stabbed out with his sword. Crack! This sword had accurately pierced into the puppet's vital point without missing a single inch. In the next moment, the puppet instantly disintegrated. Young man, you are not bad. Originally, I set it to be a battle of the same level, but I didn't expect that you would dare to enter my ruins without being an immortal emperor. You have truly impressed me. The mysterious voice rang out. Senior, you flatter me. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. Put this puppet away. I deliberately left that vital point behind. Otherwise, with your strength, it would be impossible for you to defeat it. Following the meaning of the voice, Yi Xian hurriedly put away the puppet that had already disintegrated into pieces. He could tell that this was a good thing. Through that door, you can find me. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly walked through the door in front of him. After he passed through, he saw the shadow of a middle-aged man standing in front of him. Greetings, Senior, Yi Xian hurriedly said. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, This ruin was casually built by me, but I have left behind my life's absolute arts here. You have already passed 2 stages, and as long as you pass 1 more stage, you will be able to obtain my inheritance. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Taoist Masterling Xian. I don't know if I'm still alive, but this is just a remnant of my will. If you can obtain my inheritance, then you can try to find me. I might take you in as my disciple. The middle-aged man said. Taoist Masterling Xian. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. What kind of title was that? If this middle-aged man was still an immortal emperor, then he would probably call himself Immortal Emperor Ling Xian, or something like that. Chapter 2258. Yi Xian frowned. Why did this guy call him Lord? Perhaps this guy was really wrong. 135-7924? 6810 Yi Xian didn't mind, and led the Xianxian clan's people and Fian to start making arrangements. Only when Yi Xian's group was far away did the Heavenly Jade School's elders gather in the pavilion and discuss in low voices. That Yi Xian, just now, is he the brat that Master Goddess Mealy specially came to ask about? His cultivation isn't that high. Do you think the brat that Master Goddess Mealy took a fancy to is so simple? Let me tell you, he already had a letter from our school, but he didn't come directly. Instead, he joined a small 3-star school. What I'm talking about is not the matter of him joining the sect, but do you know what his cultivation level was at that time? Let me tell you, at that time, he was only at the middle of the 2nd grade Profound God Realm. But look at him now. In just 2 years, he is already at the peak of the Upper Profound God Realm. Also, do you know who his followers are? Let me tell you, those people, aside from the girl standing behind him, are all rune grandmasters. What? Impossible. How could a rune grandmaster be his follower? No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for a rune grandmaster to follow him. Haha, impossible. Take a look at this. After saying that, the man casually tossed a jade pendant over. Isn't this the high-rank protective rune you exchanged from our school's rune grandmaster? How could it be? No, this is a grandmaster-level rune. A grandmaster-level protective rune. Since when did our school have a grandmaster-level rune grandmaster? Haha, we've had one since today. And it's not just one, but 10. To tell you the truth, it was just a little girl among them who wasn't satisfied with it. So she modified it. It's true. Chongren was shocked. A rune grandmaster was already very difficult to deal with, let alone a rune grandmaster. And now someone was telling them that there were 10 rune grandmasters in front of them. How could they not be excited? Of course, Yi Xian didn't know what these people were talking about. However, Yi Xian still saw the little girl changing the jade talisman. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to interfere. Although the identity of a rune master would bring them some trouble, it would also bring them more benefits. After all, they were in the Heavenly Spiral School, so Yi Xian wasn't too worried about their safety. After everything was settled, Yi Xian said to them, "All right, you all can stay here and study first. I will have Fian stay behind to watch over you. If any of you dare to disobey, don't blame me for being merciless and directly sending you back to your clan. Before I return, no matter what happens, the 10 of you are not allowed to leave the sect. Do you understand?" "Yes, Elder." Everyone was still very afraid of Yi Xian. After hearing Yi Xian's words, no one dared to object. Of course, they also understood that Yi Xian was doing this for their own good. Yi Xian looked at these guys. To be honest, these people were generally young. However, they weren't really children. In fact, if they were to calculate their ages, each of them was probably several times older than Yi Xian. However, they knew too little about the world, so Yi Xian couldn't help but worry. "Little girl, take this universe ring. I left you some resources. Take good care of them. Before I return, teach them about the outside world." "Don't worry, young master. This little girl understands." Fian nodded in agreement, and Yi Xian left again and set off on his journey. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. "System, are you sure this is the place?" Ding. System notification. The target was last seen here, and now it has disappeared again. "All right, continue to detect. I'll take a good look." Yi Xian was now on top of a barren mountain. He had already been here for 3 days, but he still hadn't caught the divine beast. About 5 days ago, Yi Xian suddenly heard the system notification that a devouring beast had been detected. Yi Xian would never let go of a devouring beast. Hence, Yi Xian gave chase without hesitation. QWPM, however, this devouring beast was obviously a special type of devouring beast. Although Yi Xian had been constantly setting up seals and detection runes, he still hadn't been able to catch this guy. He clearly knew that it was in this barren mountain. However, Yi Xian still hadn't seen what this devouring beast looked like. If not for the system notification, Yi Xian would have thought that he had lost the target. Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Ding. System notification. The target has appeared. Following the system notification, Yi Xian also saw it. Furthermore, it was his first time seeing what the devouring beast looked like. However, that wasn't the key. The key was the distance. At this moment, the devouring beast was less than 10 meters away from Yi Xian. What did 10 meters mean? Yi Xian could travel millions of miles in the blink of an eye. A distance of 10 meters could be said to be within Yi Xian's absolute range of detection. However, within this absolute range of detection, this devouring beast was actually able to get so close to Yi Xian without being detected. Looking at the devouring beast that was as small as a squirrel, Yi Xian was completely convinced. Although this guy didn't have any combat power, his ability to conceal himself was simply terrifying. He was able to easily barge into a 10-meter range of detection. This was definitely not something that could be done by any ordinary ability. However, this little guy had delivered himself to Yi Xian, so why would he be polite? In an instant, more than 10 seals were activated at the same time. Without any suspense, they were taken down. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 devouring points. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Heart of Concealment. Another 3 devouring points were obtained. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. It could be said that Yi Xian had never been so rich since he entered the realm of the gods. He now had 9 devouring points. However, before Yi Xian could even warm up, he heard the system notification. Ding. System notification. Host has obtained the special material, the Heart of Concealment. In addition to the special materials previously obtained, you have fulfilled the requirements to create a special treasure, the Nameless Cloak. Host, do you wish to create it? Nameless Cloak, what treasure is this? Yi Xian quickly checked it out. Nameless Cloak, a support-type treasure. It can effectively conceal the host's figure. Once this treasure is activated, the host can freely choose his appearance, body size, cultivation level, etc. People who are not more than 3 cultivation levels higher than the host will not be able to see through it. At the same time, the nameless cloak has an invisibility ability. It can be activated for 1 hour every day. Similarly, people who are not more than 3 cultivation levels higher than the host will not be able to see through it. 3 cultivation levels. Chapter 2259. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Good Stuff. What am I waiting for? Let's refine it. System. This treasure is not bad. It's exactly what I need. Let's refine it now. Ding. System notification. Detected special materials that can be added to the nameless cloak. Heart of Fury, Heart of Teleportation. Would the host like to add them? Heart of Fury and Heart of Teleportation were both special materials used to kill the devouring beast. Who would have thought that they could be used now? 135-7924-6810 GD. Okay, I'll add them. Ding. System notification. For this fusion, the host is using 3 special materials from the devouring beast. Requires 9 devouring points. Would the host like to confirm? How? How many devouring points? 9? Yi Xian was depressed. He had only obtained 9 devouring points, and now he had to use all of them in one go. However, using 9 devouring points and many special materials to refine a treasure, it would definitely not be bad. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian took the gamble. System, give me the best materials. This time, I want to see what kind of treasure I can get. Ding. Beginning fusion. Ding. Fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a unique treasure. Wings of Gods. Wings of Gods. In ancient times, countless gods fell during the Great War of the Gods. Their divine sense was not extinguished and remained in the world. Wings of Gods is the embodiment of the divine sense of the gods. Treasure grade. Unlimited growth. This treasure is permanently bound to the host. As the host grows, the treasure will grow as well. The Wings of the Gods had 3 special abilities. Special ability 1, Cloning of Gods. The host can transform into any fallen god, but the host's strength will retain the host's original strength. The host will only have the form, but not the spirit. This ability can be used once every 3 months. Use will consume the wing's energy. Special ability 2, Permanent Positioning. As long as the host has been to a place before, the Wings of Gods will be able to teleport without any restrictions. This ability can be used once a year and cannot be used in secret realms or other places that are beyond the realm of the gods. Use will consume the wing's energy. Special ability 3, Wrath of the Gods. Host can activate the power of the Wings of the Gods to launch an absolutely powerful attack. If this attack is used on a single target, it can deal a critical hit that is equivalent to 10,000 times the host's normal attack. If used in a group, it can attack 10,000 targets at the same time. This ability can be used once a year. Using it consumes the energy of the divine wings. The Wings of God's energy was a unique energy to the Wings of Gods. It was the manifestation of the consciousness of the fallen gods, and the Wings of Gods could absorb this energy at any time. At the same time, the host would have a chance to obtain this energy if they killed an overgod or above. Currently, the Wings of the Gods could store 100% of the divine wings' energy. If he wanted to increase the storage capacity, he would need special items to strengthen it. Ding. System notification. Host currently possesses 5% of the divine wings' energy. Good, very strong. It could be said that the Wings of the Gods was Yi Xian's most powerful treasure. It was even stronger than the God Slayer. The Godslayer's slash could only amplify its attack power by 10 times, but the Wings of the Gods could amplify it by 10,000 times. An entire 10,000 times attack power. Didn't that mean that even if Yi Xian were to face a super existence at the Overgod realm, he would still have the confidence to speak? Of course, this thing had a very long cooldown time, and it was very dependent on the energy of the divine wings. But so what? Such a treasure would only be used at critical moments. Who would be so bored as to use it to kill ordinary enemies? Therefore, Yi Xian was very satisfied with the fusion this time. It could be said that Yi Xian had made a huge profit by using only 9 Devour points and some special materials to fuse the Wings of the Gods. Good, good, good. Yi Xian said, good, 3 times in a row. It could be said that this was a rare occurrence for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was very fond of the squirrel-like Devourer, not to mention other things. Just the fact that he had given Yi Xian such a huge gift meant that Yi Xian would not let him die so easily. System, I want to use the 6-syllable mantra to revive this squirrel. Can I do that? Ding. System notification. Host can consume a certain amount of resources to revive this Devourer. Good, then let's do that. This little guy has given me such a huge gift. I can't treat him badly. 6-syllable mantra. Life. Following Yi Xian's words, a mysterious power surged out from Yi Xian's body and wrapped around the small, dead Devourer. After a while, the Devourer came back to life. Ding. System notification. This Devourer is on the verge of leveling up. Host, do you want to use resources to strengthen it? Sure, I've gotten the Wings of the Gods today. Let's splurge. Following Yi Xian's words, more energy surged into the Devourer. The Devourer that had just been revived did not even understand what was going on before the powerful energy entered its body and strengthened it continuously. This process lasted for about 6 hours. Within those 6 hours, Yi Xian had consumed a large amount of resources, as well as a portion of special resources. At this point, the Devourer had a new name. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for obtaining the 10,000 Seeker God technique. Ding. System notification. 10,000 Seeker God technique has met the requirements of a Sword Servant and has been automatically promoted to Sword Servant of 10,000 Seeker. Ding. Host has obtained the ability of the 10,000 Seeker Sword Servant. Host's senses have been strengthened. 10,000 Seeker Sword Servant. Special ability, Search. Able to search for specific targets for the host. It is especially sensitive to natural treasures. Special ability, Unlimited Teleportation. The 10,000 Seeker Sword Servant has the ability to teleport and travel thousands of realms in a single day. At the same time, it will not be obstructed or discovered by anything while traveling. What a guy! Yi Xian looked at the little thing in front of him. He was simply shocked by this little thing. This special ability of his was extraordinary. Not only could it travel thousands of realms in a single day, but it would also not be obstructed or discovered by anything. Didn't that mean that it could pass through any impasse and not be afraid of being searched by a sovereign god? Oh no, oh no! Although this guy did not have much combat power, it was definitely an expert when it came to teleporting things. Besides, Yi Xian had only thought of this little guy as a toy from the start. He did not expect it to become a sword servant. Yi Xian casually kept the 10,000 Seeker Sword Servant into the Devourer space and let it do as it pleased. After that, he continued on his journey. Originally, he had planned to go to the Drought Sea after leaving the Heavenly Jade Academy. However, this little guy delayed him for a while. But now, it seemed that the delay was worth it. The Drought Sea was one of the 5 mysterious places in the Kunlun God domain. It was said that it used to be an ocean, but it disappeared due to the Great War of the Gods. It could be said that the Drought Sea was a remnant of the Great War of the Gods during the Ancient Age. Chapter 2260. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Yi Xian arrived at the Drought Sea, he realized that it was indeed an extraordinary place. Perhaps the current Drought Sea could also be called the Fog Sea. 135-7924 6810 GG. This was because the fog would not dissipate all year round, and many of the fog was highly toxic. The Drought Sea was originally an ocean. Therefore, the terrain that was revealed now was extremely strange. According to the descriptions of those who had entered the Drought Sea, the divine beasts in the Drought Sea had evolved from the original divine beasts of the sea. The divine abilities they possessed were also very strange. The Drought Sea was so huge that it could be said that any place could be an entrance. As for Yi Xian, he didn't pay much attention to it. He casually found a spot and directly entered. When Yi Xian entered, he realized that the fog was not only invisible, but it could also block the divine consciousness of those who entered. Even Yi Xian's divine consciousness was greatly weakened in this place. Yi Xian was unusually careful as he advanced, because no one knew what kind of dangers were hidden in the fog. However, what was bound to come would come. After all, the Drought Sea was an extremely dangerous place. How could it be so easy for Yi Xian to enter? Ding! Warning! Warning! A powerful attack has been detected. Following the system's notification, an extremely thick tentacle descended from the sky in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge crater was immediately blasted open where Yi Xian had been standing. However, this attack appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. Yi Xian didn't even find the location of the attacker, but that thing once again disappeared without a trace. If not for the huge mark on the ground, Yi Xian would have suspected that it was an illusion. It seems that this place is still quite dangerous. Sword Attendant Wan Sun. Yi Xian summoned the little sword attendant Wan Sun and instructed it to explore in front of him. This little guy did not have any other abilities, but its ability to explore was top-notch. Moreover, its ability to escape was not bad, so Yi Xian did not have to worry about its safety. Moreover, this little guy did not have the ability to resurrect like the 1,000-beast sword attendant. However, Yi Xian needed an acceptable amount of resources to revive it. Whoosh! Suddenly, sword attendant Wan Sun retreated. At the same time, an ugly monster suddenly appeared at the place where it had just been standing. This thing had the appearance of a fish, but it had 2 legs and 2 hands. It was somewhat similar to the demon Murloc he had encountered before. However, this divine beast did not have any eyes. That's right, its eyes seemed to have deteriorated, and it could only rely on its divine sense and hearing to determine the location of its enemies. This was the first divine beast Yi Xian had seen, but this did not mean that Yi would be spared. God Slayer! Suddenly, Yi Xian brandished the god-slaying sword, and a sword light shot out. Although the divine beast did not have eyes, its perception was much stronger. Almost at the same time that Yi Xian attacked, it dodged to the side. However, how could Yi Xian's attack be so easily dodged? All of a sudden, the sword ray split into 7 and attacked in 7 different directions. Yi Xian had already guessed that this thing would not be easy to deal with, so he would not only attack one direction. Uffed! Even though this divine beast had sharp reflexes, it could not escape Yi Xian's attack in the end. QWPM 1-hit kill. This divine beast was just an appetizer. Yi Xian's real target was the strange tentacle that had attacked Yi Xian at the beginning. Although the attack was Yi Xian's, that thing had only used 1 tentacle. However, Yi Xian knew that that thing was not simple. It was at least at the true god realm. Suddenly, Yi Xian sensed something and turned to look at the fog on his left. The fog was so thick that Yi Xian could not see anything at all. However, He keenly sensed that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Yi Xian's perception had been strengthened because of the sword attendant Wan Sun. Therefore, his perception was much stronger than before. He could sense the greed and brutality in that pair of eyes. It was a gaze that wanted Yi Xian dead. Yi Xian's body stiffened, and he instinctively stopped in his tracks. His entire body had stopped moving. All of a sudden, a violent attack arrived. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and what accompanied this sound was the powerful attack of a tentacle. Yes, it was a tentacle. In other words, Yi Xian had finally found the thing that had attacked him the first time. Even though Yi Xian had yet to see what this thing looked like, he had already been attacked twice. The tentacle's speed was extremely fast. When it attacked, it immediately triggered a chain reaction. This time, the attack was even more ferocious than the previous one. Furthermore, Yi Xian finally sensed the special power of this mythical beast. Runes. Yes, Yi Xian saw traces of the mythical beast runes from this attack. This was because this tentacle attack had actually triggered a chain of runes attack. Uft, uft, boom. As Yi Xian had sensed it in advance, he managed to escape in time. However, as soon as he left, the spot where he was originally standing was attacked by a devastating attack. First, dozens of thin lines directly surrounded the spot where Yi Xian had just been standing. Then, the giant tentacle directly smashed that spot to pieces. Damn it, what kind of mythical beast is this? Yi Xian frowned. This was because he could clearly sense the existence of the eyes, but he could not see the mythical beast that had attacked him. System, detect the target. Yi Xian ordered the system. He could not see it, so he could only pin his hopes on the system. Ding, detecting the target. Detection failed. Ding, system notification. The target is protected by a special ability. Would the host like to use faith points to strengthen the detection? Faith points can be used to strengthen the detection of the system? Then let's strengthen it. All right, system, allow me to use faith points to strengthen it. I want to see what is causing this. Ding, system notification, strengthen detection successful. Target detection successful. Ding, target specified. 1,000 tentacles sea beast. Lower rank 7 true god realm. Special ability, hide. 1,000 tentacles, sea beast, can use the surrounding fog to hide itself. Ding, 1,000 tentacles, sea beast skill, 1,000 tentacles attack. 1,000 tentacles, sea beast, is a type of mythical beast that cultivates the body. Hence, all of its attacks come from its body. The 1,000 tentacles give it enough power to attack. Ding, 1,000 tentacles sea beast skill, rune control. 1,000 tentacles sea beast special ability allows it to freely control some special rune attack methods as its own auxiliary attack method. Yi Xian looked at the data and nodded slightly. Although the 1,000 tentacles sea beast data did not seem complicated, in reality, it was not easy to deal with. Chapter 2261. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification. Host can use special formations and runes to disperse the fog. 135-7924 6810 GGD. Ding. System notification. Host can choose to create a large-scale spirit dispelling seal. This seal will be able to disperse the fog. Alternatively, host can create a large number of spirit dispelling divine talismans that will also disperse the fog. Why do all of their names have the word spirit dispelling in them? Ding. System notification. The fog here is no ordinary fog. It contains a large amount of special divine power. Not only can it strengthen the sea beasts within it and provide them with an endless supply of divine power, it can also make some strange changes on its own. So that was the case. Yi Xian would not choose to create a seal now because the Thousand Feelers sea beast would not give Yi Xian enough time to create a large-scale seal. Therefore, it was probably the best choice to create a divine talisman. Yi Xian's best choice would be to create a seal while dodging the attacks. Even so, it was still quite dangerous. However, it was better than facing it directly. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately took action. He casually summoned the materials and began to create a seal. QWPM, boom. A tentacle attacked. Yi Xian, who was in the middle of creating a divine talisman, dodged without hesitation. The tentacle attack missed. Uffed. It was as if the Thousand Feelers sea beast had finally started to take Yi Xian seriously, because it could not kill Yi Xian. This time, it directly used 10 tentacles to attack Yi Xian fiercely. However, Yi Xian still dodged leisurely. At this time, Yi Xian kept a part of his consciousness on creating a divine talisman and another part of his consciousness on observing the Thousand Feelers sea beast's actions. Such an action might be extremely dangerous to others. However, Yi Xian had the system. Even if Yi Xian did not discover any hidden dangers, the system would help him in time. This way, Yi Xian could be said to be in no real danger. Of course, if this continued, it would only be a waste of time. However, as time passed, every time Yi Xian created a divine talisman, he would quickly throw it out and disperse the fog in an area. The advantaged divine talisman slowly began to shift towards Yi Xian. The fog divine talisman was not only useless to Yi Xian, but it could strengthen the Thousand Feelers sea beast. And at the same time, it could block Yi Xian's divine sense and his sight. It was. Now, as the fog continued to disappear, the Thousand Feelers sea beast couldn't be strengthened. Furthermore, Yi Xian could see what that thing looked like. When the Thousand Feelers sea beast's final body was revealed in front of Yi Xian's first reaction was big. It indeed. In front of Yi Xian, a terrifying divine beast had revealed its body. Yi Xian would only be able to see one of its tentacles if he did not use his divine sense and only used his eyes to look at it. However, this one tentacle took up more than a dozen mountains. According to Yi Xian's estimation, this thing's tentacles would probably take up more than 1,000,000 square kilometers. Yes, 1,000,000 square kilometers. This was the first time Yi Xian had seen such a terrifying divine beast. It could be said that Yi Xian had never thought that he would see such a powerful divine beast before. The realm of the gods was huge and full of wonders. Could it be that Yi Xian had finally seen a special divine beast of the realm of the gods? Boom! Just as Yi Xian was shocked by the divine beast's size, the divine beast launched another attack. This time, Yi Xian could clearly see its attack method. It was indeed the purest form of physical attack. The tentacle in front of Yi Xian wriggled quickly. In an instant, the tip of the tentacle smashed down on Yi Xian. At the same time, another tentacle came crashing down from afar. Perhaps in the eyes of this divine beast, it was just a very ordinary attack. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! A mountain collapsed. If Yi Xian had not dodged in time, one could only imagine what kind of destructive attack he would have suffered. The pair of eyes that Yi Xian had just sensed were not the 1,000 tentacles sea beast's real eyes. They were just eyes on the tentacle. In other words, the thing that had frightened Yi Xian was just one of the tentacles of the 1,000 tentacles sea beast. What a 1,000 feelers sea beast! Although he was only a 7th grade lower true god, even if 10 lower true gods came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If Yi Xian did not get rid of such a huge divine beast, he would not be able to advance at all. Was he going to turn back just like that? No, that was impossible. Yi Xian would not say that he would turn back just like that. The 1,000 tentacles sea beast was so powerful. It was imaginable how much experience points he would gain after devouring it. 1,000 beast sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Come out. In an instant, 2 of Yi Xian's sword servants appeared. At the same time, they activated their divine beast mounts and flower god sword servants. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian's orders, they charged forward. Might Jintian, Yi Xian shouted, and Might Jintian immediately began to transform. Unfortunately, this time, none of the 3 forms of the magic treasure were suitable for the current battle. Yi Xian had no choice but to let Might Jintian control the Godslayer and join the battle. However, Yi Xian's enemy was only one of the tentacles of the 1,000 tentacles sea beast. Boom! With a casual sweep of the tentacles, hundreds of divine beast mounts were sent flying. Although those divine beast mounts were not fatally injured, they were still in a sorry state. That tentacle was actually able to cause Yi Xian to be helpless against it. No, that was impossible. Yi Xian did not believe that he could not deal with it. On the contrary, only such a powerful existence could ignite Yi Xian's fighting spirit. It's time to create some special divine talismans. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was now an advanced divine talisman master of the divine talisman race. If he was in the realm of the gods, he would be a master. Moreover, Yi Xian had a large number of methods to create special divine talismans. For example, the 10 great ancient divine talismans. System: I want to create an ancient divine talisman. Which one is the most suitable for the current situation? Ding. System notification. According to the current situation, the giant god talisman is the most suitable for the host to create. Giant god talisman? Yi Xian suddenly thought of it. This item was not to be underestimated. Although the name sounded a little old-fashioned, its actual power was not to be underestimated. This was because this giant god talisman could increase the size of Yi Xian by 100,000 times. Yes, this item was used to increase the size of one's body. Since the 1,000 tentacles sea beast in front of him was extremely huge, why couldn't Yi Xian become bigger to deal with it? All right, this is the item. System: I want to create this giant god talisman. Chapter 2262. I don't care anymore. Let it be a waste. If I can kill this big guy, I can earn back the rest. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and ordered the talisman to begin. 1357924 6810 GGGGD. The speed at which the talismans were made by the system was no joke. Soon, a talisman appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the giant god transformation talisman, one of the top 10 ancient talismans. Yi Xian did not hesitate and chose to use it. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's body expanded rapidly. The giant god transformation talisman could increase Yi Xian's body by 100,000 times in an hour. As for Yi Xian, he had to kill this 1,000-feeler sea beast within this hour. Yi Xian's body suddenly grew larger, and in his eyes, some things changed. The mountains that were originally by Yi Xian's side now seemed insignificant. As for the 1,000-feeler sea beast, it was no longer as enormous as before. Although the current Yi Xian was still extremely huge when he looked at the 1,000-feeler sea beast, he didn't feel as small as before. The giant god transformation talisman could only make Yi Xian bigger. It could not make the 1,000 beast sword attendants, Godslayer, and other items bigger as well. However, this was impossible. Could it be that Yi Xian waved his hand casually. He pulled out a mountain and held it in his hand, making it his new weapon. Boom! Yi Xian jumped up and used the mountain to smash the thousand-feeler beast. This time, he was not going for the tentacles, but the thousand-feeler beast's body. Bam! The mountain smashed into the thousand-feeler beast and shattered immediately, but Yi Xian did not care. At the same time, he opened his hands and pulled out another huge mountain, which he then smashed down. Now, it was a battle of pure physical strength. The current Yi Xian looked at the thousand-tentacles sea beast as if he was fighting with a giant octopus. Following Yi Xian's footsteps and movements, this area of the drought sea could be considered to be extremely unlucky. Countless mountains collapsed, and the entire earth shook. In the distance, some gods who had entered the drought sea to seek opportunities were stunned. Because of the fog, they could not see what was happening, but they could hear the tremors under their feet and the roars in the distance. All of them knew that two terrifying experts were fighting, and they could not afford to provoke those two terrifying fellows. Hence, they retreated and fled. When they came out, they found that countless people were looking at the drought sea. Naturally, these people were also puzzled and looked over as well. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but when he saw it, he was shocked. The drought sea, the clouds, two incomparably huge monsters were fighting each other. Not two monsters, but a human and a monster. Heavens, what is that? Could it be the legendary ancient giants? It's said that the ancient giants were gigantic and terrifyingly strong. But didn't they go extinct? Why? Why can we still see the ancient giants now? Countless people were puzzled. They did not know that the ancient giant they were talking about was actually Yi Xian. In their eyes, he was a powerful being who could cause such a huge commotion in the drought sea. He would break through the fog and jump high before landing. Moreover, every attack would cause the ground to shake. With a casual grab, he could turn a mountain into a weapon. They could not think of any other explanation for such a powerful being other than an ancient giant. Of course, Yi Xian did not know this. Even if he knew, he would not care. QWPM at this moment, Yi Xian had already fought to his heart's content. This kind of most primitive collision of power was actually the most exciting part of the battle. Yi Xian had not fought like this in a long time, but this time he was excited to be able to fight like this. Punch after punch, kick after kick. It was that simple. Tang Tang and Tang Tang were using the most ordinary method to decide the victor. However, if one underestimated them because of this, then even a mid-level true god would be killed by the aftermath of their battle. The power contained in each of his punches and kicks was not something that could be imagined by anyone. Terrifying and powerful. This was the most realistic portrayal. More and more people gathered outside the drought sea. He watched the soul-stirring battle in the drought sea from afar. The thousand-feeler sea beast. Of course, this was not the first time it had appeared there. In fact, many people had seen the thousand-feeler sea beast before, but seeing it did not mean that one could defeat it. In fact, most people who saw it would only end up dead. Even a high-grade spiritual god would die if he didn't have a way to disperse the fog. Some people said that the thousand-feeler sea beast had the strength to fight a divine lord. This was because it was the purest form of physical attack, and because of its enormous size. Therefore, the thousand-feeler sea beast had always been the last thing people wanted to see in the drought sea. However, today, that thing had finally met someone who could defeat it. Everyone was excited. Why was Yi Xian able to fight this guy? Was it only because of the gigantified, primordial divine talisman? No, of course not. In fact, Yi Xian's main assets were his three special bloodlines. Whether it was the battle god bloodline, the sword god bloodline, or the eternity bloodline, they all gave Yi Xian a strong physical body. Yi Xian, strengthened by the three bloodlines and the gigantified primordial divine talisman could be said to be able to fight the 1,000-feeler sea beast. Of course, it was only enough for one battle. It would not be easy to defeat that guy. In fact, Yi Xian had been at a disadvantage. After all, the 1,000-feeler sea beast had thousands of feelers. If not for Yi Xian's powerful recovery ability, which allowed Yi Xian to keep fighting from afar, Yi Xian would have been defeated long ago. Boom! The 1,000-feeler sea beast lashed out with its feeler again. Yi Xian was forced to take 3 steps back. A bloody mark appeared on his chest, and a piece of flesh was even torn off his shoulder. However, Yi Xian did not care at all. He continued to walk forward. As he walked, Yi Xian's body continuously recovered by relying on his incomparably powerful bloodline power. In less than a moment, he'd already recovered to a state where he wasn't injured at all. Did it hurt? Very much. However, it was this kind of pain that allowed Yi Xian to keep fighting so fiercely. Yi Xian grabbed one of the 1,000-feeler sea beast's feeler and roared. Then he used his strange strength to tear off the 1,000-feeler sea beast's feeler. Ignoring the 1,000-feeler sea beast's needles, Yi Xian directly swallowed the feeler. At the same time, he continued to attack crazily. Yi Xian did not know how long the battle lasted. In Yi Xian's eyes, there was only the 1,000-feeler sea beast. Chapter 2263. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, however, the people around them were very clear. 3 months. For 3 whole months, the 2 gigantic figures had been fighting nonstop. 135-7924, 6810 GGGGD from the beginning. The giant could only defend and occasionally counterattack. Later on, the man and the beast were both attacking and defending. Until now, the man was actually suppressing the 1,000-feeler beast. Yi Xian spent 3 months, an entire 3 months, 90 days of sleepless battles before finally tearing this guy apart. One had to know that the gigantification god talisman only lasted for an hour. In order to maintain this gigantification, Yi Xian had paid an extremely heavy price. Everything he had, be it Devourer points, Eternal points, Faith points, resources, special materials, etc., had been emptied. In the end, Yi Xian was even willing to use his level to exchange for that powerful battle technique, because at that time, Yi Xian was already unable to stop. If he could not continue fighting, then everything would have been in vain. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to use his level to exchange for resources to maintain the gigantification god talisman. QWPM, however, what surprised Yi Xian the most was the faith points. The faith points seemed to have a special relationship with the gigantification god talisman. One had to know that Yi Xian only had 150,000 faith points in the beginning. If he exchanged them for Devourer points, he would only get 150. Eternal points were out of the question. However, these 150,000 faith points had maintained the gigantification god talisman for a full 85 days. On the other hand, all of Yi Xian's resources had only been combined for 5 days. It could be said that without the faith points, Yi Xian would never have been able to defeat this damned guy. Now, this guy was finally dead. Yi Xian's body shrank rapidly. He was exhausted, and his whole body was in pain. Devour! Yi Xian chose to devour immediately. However, he did not even have time to see what he had obtained before he fainted. Fortunately, this was the place where Yi Xian and the 1,000-feeler sea beast were fighting, so no one or divine beast dared to approach this place. Therefore, even if Yi Xian was unconscious, he would not be in any danger. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian finally woke up. However, when he woke up and saw his cultivation, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. First grade, lower, true god. Yes, just a little bit more, and Yi Xian's quintessence would shatter. Last time, when Yi Xian was on the demonized Fishman Island, he had no choice but to use one level to exchange for the right to use the demon-slaying seal. At that time, Yi Xian was in an incomparably miserable state. And this time, Yi Xian had used the level exchange 3 times in a row. 3 times. One could only imagine how severe Yi Xian's losses were. It could be said that Yi Xian was very lucky that his quintessence did not shatter. Yi Xian did not dare to move at all. With his current first-grade lower true god cultivation, he was afraid that any random thing he encountered would be able to kill him. Therefore, it was safest to stay here. The fog had not filled this place yet, and the battle between Yi Xian and the thousand-feeler sea beast had destroyed this place beyond recognition. Yi Xian only needed to hide well, and slowly wait for his recovery. He believed that even if someone came to investigate and sensed that he was just a first-grade lower profound god, they would not be in the mood to investigate. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately went into hiding. Activate the wings of the gods. Previously, when Yi Xian's body had enlarged, he could not use the wings of the gods. Now that he had returned to normal, he could use it. Yi Xian silently recovered his strength. At the same time, he also checked his gains. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Current cultivation level is 5th grade, middle, true god realm. Level locked to 3rd grade. This meant that after devouring the thousand-feeler sea beast, Yi Xian had made a breakthrough to 8th grade, middle, true god realm. However, this was only the upper limit of his cultivation level. His current cultivation level had fallen to true god realm, and he still needed some time to recover. Although Yi Xian was extremely miserable now, if Yi Xian was given a choice again, Yi Xian would still choose to kill the thousand-feeler sea beast without hesitation. Without effort, there would be no gain. This battle was extremely dangerous, and Yi Xian did not have much confidence in this battle at the beginning. However, didn't he win? As long as he won, he would definitely gain more than what he had sacrificed. This was because Yi Xian had obtained a very special resource this time, a resource that Yi Xian dreamed of obtaining. Ding! Attention host, you have obtained a rare and special resource, Bloodline Fusion Stone. Ding! The Bloodline Fusion Stone can replace any item used to fuse bloodlines and directly fuse the host's bloodline. As the host's eternal bloodline is special, it can't be used to fuse. However, the host can fuse the Demigod Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Battle bloodline into a true divine bloodline. Ding! The host is currently severely injured and cannot use it. It can only be used after the host recovers. Yes, it was the Bloodline Fusion Stone, an extremely rare and special material. It could be said that it could replace any bloodline fusion of any level. However, Yi Xian wouldn't keep it. The power that he obtained was his own. What was the use of keeping it? Who could guarantee that he would not encounter a special divine beast like the thousand-feeler sea beast again? If he chose to fuse it at that time, he would have lost the best opportunity. Of course, all of this would have to wait until he fully recovered. Moreover, it had to wait until he fully recovered. In addition to the Bloodline Fusion Stone, Yi Xian also obtained a random reward from the system. Yes, this was a special reward from the system. Ding! System notification. The host has killed a super existence, the thousand-feeler sea beast. The host has obtained a special title, the Challenger. Ding! The Challenger title will increase the chances of the host's critical strike when fighting against opponents who are stronger than the host in the future. The increase will be based on the opponent's level. Ding! The host has obtained a special title. The system will randomly reward you with a special reward. Ding! The reward is being randomly selected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an eternal rune. Ding! The eternal rune has automatically fused with the host. Ding! The eternal rune is divided into two types, attack and defense. It is a special reward that is unique to the system. It can only be obtained through the system's rewards. The eternal rune that the host has obtained is a defensive type. The host's defense is permanently increased by 10%. Looking at the special reward this time, Yixian was about to go crazy with laughter. It was worth it. Just this eternal rune was enough for Yixian to earn a lot. Unfortunately, this item was unique to the system and could only be obtained through the system's rewards. However, it was not that easy to obtain the system's rewards. It could be said that after this time, Yixian did not know when he would be able to obtain the system's special reward. Chapter 2264. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A 10% increase in defense. That was equivalent to Yixian obtaining a boost in strength. How many levels would he need to obtain such a boost in strength? The most important thing was that this buff was outside of his level. Powerful as expected. 135-7924, 6810 Yixian's strength was recovering almost every day. Unfortunately, Yixian didn't have any special medicinal pills to speed up his recovery. He could only rely on his own physical body to recover. Moreover, the damage caused by his level couldn't be recovered so quickly. No one disturbed this place for half a year. The battle between Yixian and the 1,000-feeler oceanic beast made both humans and divine beasts not dare to rashly enter this place. During this half a year, Yixian's strength had finally recovered to the mid-level domain enlightened god realm. However, this wasn't enough. So Yixian still didn't move. He continued to wait and slowly recover. However, half a year later, someone finally couldn't help but come over. That was an earth-shattering battle. No one wouldn't notice this place. Once they did, they would naturally have thoughts in their hearts. Who knew what would happen in the battle between those two powerful experts? There were many people who had such thoughts. In the divine realm, there were also many people who were willing to take risks for a little bit of power. So, finally, people started to enter this place. With the first, there would naturally be a second. After that, more and more people started to search this place. Moreover, those who entered first were at least at the profound god realm. Those whose cultivation were too low didn't dare to enter rashly, no matter how greedy they were. Who knew what dangers there would be? So, only those who were at the profound god realm and above dared to try their luck. After all, their strength couldn't be considered to be too weak. However, these people were destined to be disappointed. The only thing left behind was the corpse of the 1,000-feeler oceanic beast. However, the 1,000-feeler oceanic beast had already been devoured by Yixian. These people were naturally unwilling to accept this and started to search the ruins. They refused to believe that those two super experts didn't leave anything behind. In fact, every single ruin was carefully examined. Damn it! Why are these people so greedy? If they continue searching like this, I'll be discovered sooner or later. Yixian thought to himself. At the same time, he had no choice but to drag his exhausted body out. Fortunately, Yixian didn't get discovered because of the wings. Yixian didn't want to use the art of the gods. After all, using the art of the wings, art of the gods. So, this energy was that energy Xian translation. QWP, unfortunately, he's still, perhaps the next time, the dry CCC. Yixian directly took out the carriage. His goal was to go to Huiwa City, because in Huiwa City, Yixian had a manor that belonged to him. He wanted to go there to recuperate. Yi Xian successfully returned to his own manor. After that, he closed the door tightly and didn't appear. However, he did not expect that even so, trouble would still come knocking on his door. Yi Xian had killed the young master of Huiwa City's Lin family, so how could the Lin family let him go? In fact, the Lin family had never given up on searching for Yi Xian. It was just that Yi Xian had always been very secretive, so the Lin family hadn't discovered him. However, as Yi Xian's only asset in Huiwa City, he naturally received special care from the Lin family. It could be said that the Lin family sent people to monitor him at all times. However, because Yi Xian had not appeared for a long time, they did not send people to keep an eye on him every day for the time being. However, they would still send people to check on him every once in a while. On the third day after Yi Xian returned to his manor, someone discovered that something was amiss. Lin family, main hall. Patriarch, the news has been confirmed. That guy's manor has indeed been opened. The small detection restriction we set up outside has been destroyed. There is no other possibility except that someone entered. If that's the case, then that damned thing is back. Good, very good. This time, I will make it impossible for him to escape. I will make him accompany my son in death. Command all the elites of the family to move out. Surround that area and wait for my orders. Patriarch, why don't we just attack and kill that guy? He is in the manor right now. Killing him would be as easy as flipping our hands. No, the other three families are watching us at all times. If we act rashly, we will inevitably leave an opportunity for the other three families. Therefore, I need to arrange this matter. No matter how unwilling the Lin family patriarch was, once the operation began, there would be unavoidable battles. If he did not arrange things, and the other three families took the opportunity to cause trouble, it would be quite troublesome. In the eyes of the Lin family patriarch, Yi Xian was bound to die. However, compared to Yi Xian's life, perhaps the other three families' opinions were more important. However, the Lin family patriarch did not know that because of his hesitation, he had already missed the best opportunity to kill Yi Xian. A few days later, Yi Xian's strength finally recovered to the lower tier 1 profound god realm. In fact, the higher the level of one's strength, the faster it recovered. Yi Xian believed that he would be able to recover his previous strength in a short time. Moreover, once the 3 locked realms were unlocked, Yi Xian's strength would definitely increase by a large margin compared to before. However, a notification from the system surprised Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. A large amount of hostility has been detected. Host, please take note. Earlier, when Yi Xian had just returned, the system had already notified that someone had been spying on them. However, Yi Xian did not pay much attention to it at that time. In Yi Xian's mind, it would be strange if the Lin family did not send someone to spy on them after he had killed the young master of the Lin family. However, he did not expect the Lin family to wait for so many days before making a move. Yi Xian did not know why, but he still moved and prepared to fight at any time. No one knew what the Lin family wanted to do. Yi Xian was not afraid of the Lin family, but he still had to make the necessary preparations. After all, Yi Xian's heart had already recovered to the profound god realm. Even if he didn't have any resources on hand, he could still set up some simple restrictions. With the system here, it wouldn't take long to set up such a simple restriction. In order to prepare for the worst, Yi Xian set up a large number of such restrictions that did not require any resources to set up. After that, he continued to recover. Finally, the Lin family patriarch arrived. Chapter 2265. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Lin clan and the other 3 clans were considered the 4 great powers of Huiwa City. Logically speaking, none of them could do anything to the other. However, the patriarch of the Lin clan had actually said that he would destroy the other 3 clans. Was he being arrogant, or did he have other reasons? With the arrival of the patriarch of the Lin clan, the servants and revered elders of the Lin clan began to attack. 135-7924, 6810 GGGGD boom. A loud bang resounded. Yi Xian knew that the entrance to his manor had been forcefully destroyed. There were special restrictions on the entrance to his manor. However, these restrictions weren't invincible. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that someone could break them open with brute force. Yi Xian knew that it was the members of the Lin clan, so he didn't hesitate to stand up. Actually, Yi Xian wasn't very worried at all. His wings of the gods had the ability to teleport him away. Therefore, Yi Xian was in an invincible position since the beginning. Sure enough, a large number of footsteps resounded from outside. A large group of servants charged in. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Then, I'll let these fellows experience the feeling of being attacked by countless restrictions first. As soon as the servants of the Lin clan charged in, countless restrictions suddenly attacked them from all directions before they could even make a move. These restrictions were all simple ones. However, how could something made by Yi Xian be too weak? Screams resounded incessantly. The servants who charged in were generally around the domain god realm. Therefore, they suffered heavy losses at this moment. At least a dozen people had died on the spot. There are restrictions here. Humph, they're just simple restrictions. They can't threaten us. Let's charge in. The patriarch will definitely reward us handsomely if we can take that fellow down. So it's the revered elders' turn this time? Yi Xian wanted to see how capable these fellows were. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of restrictions exploding continuously resounded from outside. Some were triggered and launched attacks, while the rest were undoubtedly destroyed. The revered elders of the Lin clan charged in one after another with their servants. They didn't care so much and directly destroyed everything along the way. As for Yi Xian, although he didn't care about the manor at all, he couldn't really ignore it either. Yi Xian stood up and walked out with light steps. Don't you know that you have to pay the price for trespassing on someone else's manor? Yi Xian looked at those people with a look of mockery. There were some things that everyone knew didn't need to Yi Xian. To them, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to revolve around Yi Xian. He was already prepared to attack. Take him. Go. Take him. When the few consecrators saw Yi Xian, they didn't hesitate in the slightest. They directly attacked, wanting to capture him. You want to cause trouble for me, with just the few of you? Go to hell. Yi Xian's tone was calm, but the god-slaying sword had already flown out under Wei Zhentian's control. Translation, 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 translation. With one sword, 7 rays of sword light had directly killed those few consecrators. These revered elders weren't weak. Unfortunately, they were still much weaker than Yi Xian, killing 3 revered elders and 4 servants in one stroke. Yi Xian's display of strength shocked the others. Of course, the commotion also alarmed the remaining people. Soon, the people of the Lin clan gathered around Yi Xian. The head of the Lin clan was no exception. Yi Xian, how dare you come back here? Today, I will take you down and avenge my son. The head of the Lin clan looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of resentment. Beside him, the servants and revered elders of the Lin clan were already prepared to attack. Haha, what a joke! How dare you trespass on my manor? You are the ones who are courting death. Yi Xian said. Humph, don't think of leaving this place alive today. Attack! The head of the Lin clan couldn't be bothered to talk to Yi Xian. he immediately gave the order to attack. In an instant, hundreds of revered elders and servants of the Lin clan charged toward Yi Xian. You are courting death. Among these servants, the strongest one was only at the low-level or mid-level mystic god realm. Although there were a few true god realm experts among the revered elders, Yi Xian didn't take them seriously. Thousand Beast Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants. Yi Xian casually summoned 2 great sword servants. Then the divine beast mount and the flower god sword servants appeared as well. They charged forward. In an instant, a battle broke out. However, no matter how hard the Lin clan tried, they couldn't break through the defense. It was impossible to get close to Yi Xian. The Lin clan, It seems that the Lin clan is courting death. If I don't fulfill your wish today, wouldn't I be a little petty? Yi Xian said calmly. However, his words infuriated the head of the Lin clan. The Lin clan was one of the 4 great clans of Huiyue City. Although the head of the Lin clan had only brought along a few revered elders and servants, this wasn't the full strength of the Lin clan. However, he felt that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape with so many people. Unfortunately, he never thought that Yi Xian would actually possess such a powerful combat strength. One person, just one person, but the people he brought couldn't do anything to him. He even said that he would destroy the Lin clan. Kid, you are very arrogant. It seems that I will have to teach you how to behave on behalf of your master. Now die. Boom. The head of the Lin clan personally attacked. QWPM, the cultivation of an upper-level true god, was clearly visible. However, Yi Xian, who had just fought the thousand-feeler beast, didn't take the head of the Lin clan seriously at all. Are you in such a hurry to die? Fine, I will fulfill your wish. Wei Zhentian, go kill him for me. Wei Zhentian rushed out without hesitation. At this time, the entire manor was engulfed in battle. Only Yi Xian was still standing there leisurely, watching the Lin clan as if he was watching a show. Sometimes, more people didn't mean more power. In front of Yi Xian, these people weren't worth mentioning at all. Just the 1,000 beast sword servants and the Centauria flower goddess that he had summoned were enough to stop them. As for the head of the Lin clan, he was also stopped by the God Slayer. How boring. That's all you have. How boring. Then it's time to end this. I don't want to waste any more time with you. 1,000 Beast Feast. Go. Following Yi Xian's words, a berserk energy instantly exploded out. All of the divine rank mounts had their strength increase explosively as they directly charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the servants and revered elders of the Lin clan suffered heavy casualties. How could the remaining people not understand that Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with? Head of the Lin clan, leave this place quickly. A few revered elders looked at Yi Xian in horror. Chapter 2266. Yi Xian's leveling speed was even more terrifying. When they saw Yi Xian's sudden burst of power, they understood that they were no match for Yi Xian, so they quickly ordered the Lin family head to leave. 135-7924-6810 GG. The Lin family had naturally understood this, but the God Slayer was right in front of him. How could it be so easy to leave? When a loyal servant saw that the Lin family head could not escape, he could only charge at the God Slayer with all his might. Wei Zhentian controlled the God-slaying sword. Originally, he was prepared to kill the Lin family head. However, because of that guy's interference, he failed in the end. When the God-slaying sword killed the troublemaker, the Lin family head had successfully escaped. You want to escape? Your Lin family has provoked me, and not just once or twice. You think you can leave so easily? How can there be such a good thing? Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly chased after the Lin family's patriarch. At this time, many people in Huiwa City already knew what was going on, but when they heard that the Lin family was behind this, no one dared to say anything. They could only hide as far away as possible. However, just as these people were wondering what the Lin clan was going to do, they saw the Lin clan's clan head running away pathetically. Everyone was flabbergasted, not understanding why the Lin family head was in such a sorry state. This was the Lin family head, one of the 4 most powerful people in Huiwa City. Who would have thought that he would be in such a sorry state one day? Not long after, they saw Yi Xian chasing after them with the Godslayer in hand. No, it wasn't just Yi Xian. There were hundreds of divine beasts following behind Yi Xian. These divine beasts were now Yi Xian's helpers. The divine beasts roared and charged through the streets, and their target was the Lin family's headquarters. It seems that the Lin family has provoked an extraordinary existence this time. Someone said. At the same time, many people immediately fled. In their hearts, anyone who dared to go against the Lin family was definitely not an ordinary person, so they had no choice but to flee. In reality, the Lin family head had indeed received information regarding Yi Xian's identity token. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian's identity medallion to dispel the Lin family's patriarch's thoughts. This was because his son had been killed by Yi Xian. However, it was a huge mistake for him to provoke Yi Xian. Yi Xian chased after them. However, other than escaping, the Lin family's patriarch didn't dare to resist at all. This was because Yi Xian's god-slaughtering sword had already caused him enough suffering. Just a single sword was enough to cause him to suffer, let alone Yi Xian himself. Therefore, he only wanted to return to his family as soon as possible. QWPM only by returning to the clan would he be able to use an even more powerful force to eliminate Yi Xian in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped chasing after the Lin family's head. Under the Lin family head's shocked and frightened gaze, Yi Xian actually retreated. The Lin family head did not know why Yi Xian did this, but he did not dare to stop. So why did Yi Xian stop? It was because Yi Xian could not hold on any longer. Damn it! Exchanging levels is indeed a source of trouble. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. That uncomfortable feeling forced him to stop chasing after them. Because he had used exchanging levels, Yi Xian had not recovered his strength yet. Now that he was forced to fight, he was unable to do so. After returning to his own manor, Yi Xian collected the interspatial rings of the Lin family's servants and worshippers. Only the corpses were thrown outside the manor by Yi Xian. Hundreds of Lin family corpses were casually thrown outside, but no one dared to ask about them. Everyone was very suspicious of the manor's owner, but no one knew who he was. Although Yi Xian had been in the Radiant Moon sect for some time, he had not come into contact with many people. The Lin family head returned home in a state of shock, feeling extremely vexed. His desire to kill Yi Xian had become a demon-like existence. Therefore, as soon as he returned home, he immediately began to gather his strength. He needed to gather his strength and use his strongest strength to deal with Yi Xian. The Lin family actually had quite a few experts. Among them, there was one upper-level true immortal. This was the main reason why the Lin family had become one of the 4 great families of Huiwa City. Yi Xian's strength was much weaker. However, even though the Lin clan had a lot of experts, they were scattered all over the place, managing their own affairs. It was impossible to gather all of them with just a few words. In addition to the preparation time, there was no doubt that Yi Xian had another chance to recover. On this day, Yi Xian finally smiled in satisfaction. He had finally recovered his cultivation base to the mid-level grade 5 true immortal realm. Unfortunately, the 3 unlocked levels could not be recovered as quickly as they were now. He could only wait for the unlocked levels to be unlocked. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been able to fuse with his bloodline. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He knew that the Lin family would definitely not let this matter rest. They would still come back. Therefore, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately started to make arrangements. Although the resources they had obtained were not a lot, it was enough for Yi Xian to set up some restrictions and refine some divine talismans. This time, Yi Xian wanted to see how these D***med people would send themselves to their deaths. As Yi Xian leveled up, the number of resources and corpses he needed to devour increased as well. Furthermore, the requirements for quality had also increased. Although ordinary resources could also help Yi Xian level up, the amount of resources required would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, Yi Xian might as well use these few resources to set up restrictions. Furthermore, under the circumstances of the level seals, devouring would not increase one's level. Restrictions and divine talismans were extremely powerful when it came to increasing one's combat strength. As expected, the Lin family was already on full alert. As more and more powerful cultivators returned, the Lin family's movements became faster and faster. On this day, they finally charged towards Yi Xian once again. Yi Xian had been waiting for this day for a long time. Between him and the Lin family, either you die or I die. What's the matter, you stray dog? I spared your life last time. Do you want to die again this time? Yi Xian said calmly as he looked at the Lin family head. The Lin family's patriarch had no way of refuting Yi Xian's words. In fact, he was chased by Yi Xian to such a sorry state that day. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian didn't know why he gave up chasing after her, she probably would have died long ago. What Yi Xian said was true. Don't be so smug, kid. This time, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. The Lin family had glared at Yi Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. Although he said this, he still hid behind the crowd. System: detect those people's strength. Chapter 2267. Almost all of them were true Immortal Realm experts. This was the full strength of the Lin family. They were indeed very strong, but unfortunately they had encountered Yi Xian. 135-7924 6810 GGGGD. Yi Xian had already used his eternal points the last time, but Yi Xian had not used the ancient talisman. Even though there were more than 30 true Immortal Realm experts and thousands of ordinary Lin family disciples here, Yi Xian still had not used it. Yi Xian was fully confident that he could kill them all. Of course, Yi Xian would not use the ancient talisman unless he had no other choice. It could be said that the ancient talisman was Yi Xian's last and greatest trump card. If he used it now, Yi Xian would really have no more trump cards left. What could he use to defend himself in the future? However, Yi Xian was already prepared. He would let these people have a taste of the combined power of seals and runes. Yi Xian was a Grandmaster level Restriction Master and a Grandmaster level Rune Master. He wasn't bragging about it. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the Lin family's patriarch, as he indifferently looked at the Lin family members. Finally, the Lin family head could not take it anymore. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him for me! The Lin family head ordered. QWPM in an instant, all the Lin family disciples rushed out. Yi Xian smirked. Since these people were in such a hurry to die, perhaps Yi Xian would grant them their wish. First layer of seals, attack. This time, all of the restrictions that Yi Xian had set up were offensive restrictions. Even by Yi Xian's own side, there weren't any defensive restrictions like the invincible restrictions. They were all offensive. Yi Xian had not prepared to defend himself from the start. He wanted to see if the Lin family could afford to wear him down. Following Yi Xian's order, the first layer of seals was fully activated. More than 300 seals triggered powerful attacks at the same time. These seals were all set up by Yi Xian. However, only 3 of the 300 seals were advanced seals. Fire dragons, earth monsters, water snakes, and all sorts of offensive techniques suddenly erupted. The entire entrance was in a state of chaos. Either the blinding light or the dark auxiliary restrictions disrupted the formation of the Lin family. Then, all kinds of offensive restrictions began to kill these people. In an instant, the Lin family's first wave of attacks had failed. At the same time, hundreds of corpses were left behind. How is this possible? The Lin family patriarch was shocked. One had to know that the last time they came over, although Yi Xian had also activated a restriction attack, it was far from being as powerful as this time. Could Yi Xian have made another breakthrough in such a short time? No, Yi Xian had not made a breakthrough. He had only regained his strength. Continue to kill. Whoever can kill that guy, no matter who it is, I will make him the deputy family head. Deputy family head. As soon as he said this, the entire Lin family went crazy. Their young master was already dead. To put it bluntly, whoever became the deputy family head would have a chance to become the family head in the future. Who would not go crazy? Who would be able to remain calm in this situation? The frenzied attacks began again. However, what greeted them was still an overwhelming array of seal attacks. No matter how many people came, they would only become cannon fodder under the seal attacks. However, no matter how many seals there would come a time when they would be exhausted. Finally, after the last seal was destroyed by the Lin family, they could finally attack Yi Xian head-on. However, was that really the case? Yi Xian raised his hand, and countless divine beasts appeared. If they were not the 1,000 beast sword servants and the divine flower sword servants, what else could they be? The divine beasts roared and rushed forward. Once again, they formed a circle of defense in front of Yi Xian, blocking the Lin family's attacks. As for Yi Xian himself, he directly took out one divine talisman after another from behind the divine beast. They were either lightning or thunder. As Yi Xian continued to attack, the Lin family disciples fell one by one. Even the most powerful Lin family cultivators were injured or killed. Who exactly was he? Why did he have such terrifying offensive power? The Lin family head regretted it. Yes, this time, he really regretted it. How could he not regret seeing his own family members being killed one by one? However, what was the use of regret? No, it was useless. Since he had started this war, he could only persevere. Even if he let Yi Xian go, Yi Xian would never let him go. The battle continued. Yi Xian collected the yin and yang rings of those who died in battle. On one hand, he made the system refine talismans and seals, while on the other hand, he launched wave after wave of attacks against the Lin family. Slowly, the advantage shifted to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian was no longer just defending and counterattacking. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. After all, as time passed, the Lin family disciples died in large numbers. This filled the hearts of the remaining people with fear. The person in front of them was like an existence that could not be defeated. No matter how strong they were, they could not break through. Instead, they could only leave more corpses behind. Those powerful restrictions and divine talismans made the Lin family suffer a lot. It's time to end this. Suddenly, Yi Xian's voice sounded. No one knew what he was saying. At least, the Lin family did not know. However, when Yi Xian displayed his next move, they knew. Oh no, it's a master-level seal. Run. Yes, Yi Xian had been accumulating power all this time. This Heavenly Lightning 9 locks restriction was Yi Xian's final trump card. The Lin family realized it, but it was too late. With a casual wave of Yi Xian's hand, the heavenly lightning 9 locks restriction appeared directly above the Lin family's heads. Many of the Lin family members died in confusion. Seals, especially high-level ones, were supposed to be fixed in one place. Why? Why could Yi Xian's restriction be activated according to Yi Xian's will? Rumble. Bolts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky. Was heavenly lightning strong? Not at all. Many people knew how to use heavenly lightning as a means of attack. However, when the heavenly lightning was concentrated, it was divine lightning. Even a deity would not be able to withstand the attack of divine lightning. Wails rang out continuously. The Lin family members fell one by one. They begged Yi Xian to let them go. However, how could Yi Xian let them go? If Yi Xian's strength was average, and he was the one trapped this time, would the Lin family be kind enough to let him go? Impossible, right? The Lin family might immediately let Yi Xian die, right? Therefore, Yi Xian was the same. He could not let these people go. Was it just the heavenly lightning 9 locks? Impossible. Yi Xian had prepared many other means of attack. Finally, when everything calmed down, the crowd realized that the Lin family had been wiped out. Yes, almost all of the Lin family's elites had died at the hands of one person. As for those who remained, how could they be a match for Yi Xian? Chapter 2268. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, however. Even so, no one dared to attack the Lin family. 135-7924, 6810 GJD. After all, the Lin family was Yi Xian's spoils of war. Yi Xian did not hesitate. After killing the Lin family members and taking their Qian Kuan rings, he headed straight for the Lin family's headquarters. It was time for him to reap his harvest. Unfortunately, ordinary people would not attack the Lin family, but that did not mean that the other 3 families would not. After learning that the Lin family had been destroyed, they had already arrived at the Lin family. Their plan was simple: to divide the Lin family's wealth. When Yi Xian arrived, he only saw that the Lin family was surrounded tightly. D***MN. How dare they steal from me? Are they tired of living? Yi Xian was frustrated when he saw those people trying to take advantage of him. However, Yi Xian could not do anything. After all, they were from the other 3 families. Could he just let them go like this? Yi Xian could not accept this. If he gave up this opportunity so slowly, then what was the point of Yi Xian fighting so hard? Hence, Yi Xian could not give up. He would not give up. The problem was, what should he do now? Should he force his way in? If Yi Xian had the help of the restriction and the divine talisman, he might be able to fight against a high-grade, true god. However, he could not do it with his own strength. Yi Xian frowned. These D***MN people, how dare they take advantage of Yi Xian? They were courting death. He activated the hidden ability of the wings of the gods. Yi Xian was not willing to give up. QWPM, although there were people from the other 3 families guarding this place, they had only just arrived. Perhaps they had not discovered the Lin family's secret vault in time. In this way, Yi Xian had a chance. Yi Xian's figure shuttled back and forth quickly. No one noticed his movements. After all, the concealment ability of the wings of the gods was very strong. Therefore, it was impossible for the enemy to discover Yi Xian. The Lin family was one of the 4 great families of Hui West City, so how could their headquarters be small? Damn it, where is the Lin family's secret vault? In the main hall of the Lin family, the remaining members of the Lin family were all gathered together and continuously interrogated. Unfortunately, these people did not know anything at all. If you don't want to say it, then don't blame us for being impolite. The three great clans were extremely vexed. When they found out that the Lin clan's forces had been destroyed, they joined forces and surrounded the Lin clan, preparing to divide up the Lin clan. However, when they entered, they discovered that the Lin clan's treasury was not something that could be found easily. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they still could not find anything. After listening from afar for a while, Yi Xian was certain that the secret vault had not been discovered. At this moment, Yi Xian was somewhat regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have used the Heavenly Thunder Restriction spell to kill the Lin family patriarch. He should have planned to obtain the location of the secret vault first. Now, Yi Xian did not have the slightest clue. Suddenly, Yi Xian noticed 2 people sneaking around and carefully walking towards a certain direction. For some reason, Yi Xian felt that the 2 people were a little strange. Therefore, his figure flashed, and he directly appeared behind them. The 2 people did not notice that Yi Xian was behind them at all. At this moment, they were whispering to each other. "Sister, let's run quickly. The patriarch and the others have all been killed. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely die." "I know, little brother. However, before we leave, we have to leave a way out for our own future. Father is a guard of the secret vault, so he took me to the vault before. I know where it is and how to open it. We only need to take a small part of the things inside, and we will be able to live a peaceful life for the rest of our lives. But, sister, it's too risky. Although the 2 of us are servants of the lowest rank, so the 3 great clans do not care about us now. They will remember us sooner or later." "No, brother, this is our last chance. Otherwise, with our cultivation, we may only die if we go out. Since the heavens have given us this opportunity, it is our great opportunity. If we don't cherish it, then I will definitely regret it in the future." When Yi Xian heard this, how could he not understand? These 2 people were servants of the lowest rank in the Lin family. Without the detection of the system, Yi Xian could see that their cultivation was very low. Both of them were lesser gods, so it was no wonder that they did not attract attention. However, who would have thought that these 2 servants of the lowest rank would know the biggest secret? Yi Xian did not bat an eyelid and directly followed the 2 people. He wanted to use these 2 people to enter the secret vault. Soon, the 2 people arrived at a cliff. Yes, it was a cliff. This was the Lin family's back garden. It was not very big, just a few mountains and a valley. The people from the 3 great clans had already searched this place many times and used all kinds of methods, but to no avail. In addition, this was the Lin family's hinterland, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, at that moment, the siblings directly arrived at the cliff. Then, with a leap, they jumped off the cliff. Yi Xian quickly followed, but found that the cliff was bottomless. There was even lava flowing at the bottom. Could it be that the Lin family's treasure vault was hidden in the lava? Ding! System notification, detecting the presence of a high-level seal ahead. The system prompt solved Yi Xian's doubts. So that's how it is. There's actually a restriction here. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly jumped down. Of course, he would not destroy the seal here. Perhaps when the experts from the 3 great clans arrived, they would be able to find some clues. However, before that, Yi Xian would have already left. The fall did not last long. Yes, it was a fall. When Yi Xian jumped down, he did not use any divine power to defend himself. This was because he knew that the high-level seal in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from being an illusion, this restriction was also able to sense the presence of divine power. Once the seal detected the fluctuation of divine power, it would immediately activate. Then, it was very likely that the secret vault under his feet would disappear. For a seal grandmaster, Yi Xian did not even need to use any detection to know. Indeed, Just as Yi Xian thought, when he landed, he finally found a floating island. This floating island, built under the cliff, hidden within the seal, and could be moved at any time, was actually the Lin family's secret vault. Of course, the Lin family's seal could not be said to be just a small thing. In fact, when Yi Xian landed, several puppets immediately surrounded him. Chapter 2269. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not dare to use his divine power. No one knew what kind of trouble it would cause. 135-7924 6810 GD. Therefore, he only used the Godslayer to slash down. With the sharpness of the Godslayer and Yi Xian's strong physique, these puppets were nothing to Yi Xian. In an instant, the puppets were killed. However, this also exposed a flaw of the wings of the gods. That was, he actually couldn't guard against the probing of puppets and the like. Puppets and the like generally relied on pure sensory power to detect their surroundings. In other words, the wings of the gods couldn't prevent sensory detection. Detection was usually done using one's eyes, divine consciousness, and perception. Perception was a pure instinct, and it was difficult to describe it with words. Yi Xian's sensory abilities had been strengthened by the sword servants of Thousand Search. That said, it was clear that those puppets were also refined using a special method. Unfortunately, their controllers were no longer around. Even if they discovered the enemy, it would be useless. Perhaps the fundamental use of these puppets was only for sensing. Yi Xian's figure moved as he continued to chase after them. He needed to find that pair of siblings and find the secret vault under their lead. Fortunately, the siblings' cultivation was limited, and they were not advancing very quickly. In a short while, Yi Xian caught up with them. He saw that the sister was using some unknown method to open up a huge rock. Yes, this was a huge rock. No matter what method Yi Xian used, he could only see a rock. The Lin family's secret vault was hidden in a rock. Who would have thought that it was there? Following the sister's actions, a door appeared in the rock. Yi Xian did not hesitate and entered first. The cultivation of these two siblings was very low, so they weren't a threat to Yi Xian at all. Moreover, they could be considered to have helped Yi Xian, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't stop them from obtaining some benefits. Of course, the lion's share would go to Yi Xian. There was only one level in the secret vault. That's right, the Lin family's secret vault was not like other places that had many levels. There was only one level. In this secret vault, there were all sorts of magical treasures, resources, and other things. Yi Xian did not hold back. Besides the item at the entrance, everything else that Yi Xian could see was taken into his devouring space. Yi Xian's speed of taking things was extremely fast. Therefore, the siblings only came over when Yi Xian was done. The elder sister looked at the empty treasury in astonishment. She didn't understand why it was like this. How could this be? Treasures? Why are all the treasures in this place? Sis, isn't there another one here? Let's get the things and leave quickly. Otherwise, if those people find us, we won't be able to leave. All right. Brother, you should hurry up too. Let's take these things and leave quickly. Yi Xian nodded as he looked at the siblings. It was rare that they were not greedy. Soon, the siblings also packed up their things and rushed outside. As for Yi Xian, he could have easily left, but he chose to stay behind and follow behind the siblings. Hey, there seems to be some movement up ahead. Let's go and take a look. After the siblings came up, Yi Xian heard someone say something in the distance. QWPM Yi Xian scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and knew that they were just two sky celestial ants. Of course, they were nothing to Yi Xian. However, if he found the siblings, they would definitely die. 6-syllable mantra, die. Yi Xian waved his hand and directly killed the two of them without even causing the slightest movement. The siblings had no idea that they had just walked out of the gates of hell. After that, Yi Xian secretly protected the siblings the entire time. As long as they were in danger, Yi Xian would kill them. Soon, the three of them successfully left the Lin family. The younger brother had a look of disbelief on his face the entire time they escaped. Sis, we escaped. We actually escaped. Haha, brother, let's go. We are no longer part of the Lin family. Father died in battle, and mother was killed. Sooner or later, I will personally take revenge for these three damned families. All right, sis, it's good enough that we managed to escape. What's the point of talking about revenge? Let's go. Yi Xian watched the two of them leave. He did not continue to follow them. Yi Xian was such a person. If anyone offended him, then even if they had to annihilate his entire family, Yi Xian would still do it. However, if anyone helped him, even if it was just an unintentional help, Yi Xian would still be willing to help. The siblings had pointed out the Lin family's secret vault for Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian might have been able to find it without them, Yi Xian had indeed received their help. Therefore, Yi Xian would give them a chance and escort them out of the Lin family alive. Yi Xian naturally could not stay in Huiwa City any longer. After leaving the city, Yi Xian took out his carriage and prepared to go to the Heavenly Spiral School to take a look. After all, more than a year had passed. Yi Xian still wanted to see if the Divine Talisman race had been bullied. Besides, unlocking the 3 sealed levels was not something that could be done in a day or two. The more sealed levels, the longer it would take to unlock them. In addition, if there was a sealed level, Yi Xian would not be able to continue leveling up. This could be considered a restriction on Yi Xian's use of level exchange. After all, level exchange could only be used in desperate situations. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. Take the previous time, for example. Yi Xian had almost lost all of his godhood. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Before unlocking the levels, Yi Xian could not be bothered to check his gains. This was because even if Yi Xian checked the resources now, he would not be able to do anything. So, what was the use of checking? Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Heavenly Spiral School. In any case, Yi Xian was also a disciple of the Heavenly Spiral School, although he was only a disciple in name and had never stayed there for a day. However, it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter. However, when Yi Xian entered, he found that the entire Heavenly Spiral School was in an extremely tense atmosphere. Yi Xian frowned, not knowing what was going on. Yi Xian stopped someone and asked, "Senior brother, what's going on? Why is the school so tense?" That person looked at Yi Xian in confusion. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I was on a mission some time ago and was delayed. I only returned today." "Oh, so that's the case. Junior brother, quickly go and prepare. The Kunlun realm is here to recruit disciples." Kunlun realm? Recruit disciples? Chapter 2270. No way, junior brother, you don't even know this? 135-7924, 6810 GGGD. Yi Xian could only smile, awkwardly. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the senior brother could only continue. "Sigh, I guess you're another cultivation maniac." "Really? I don't know how a cultivation maniac like you doesn't even know about the Kunlun realm." The Kunlun realm is a super existence that surpasses the 3 great sections. It was founded by the Lord God and is the highest existence in our Kunluo God domain. In other words, entering the Kunlun realm means that you have a chance to become an overgod. Of course, that is, if you don't die. To become an overgod, one must master at least one law of power. I'm sure you don't know about this. Yi Xian really did know about this, but Yi Xian just didn't care about it. After all, The system allowed Yi Xian to directly devour the law of power to level up. Well, it's fine as long as you know about the law of power. Since you know about the law of power, then you should know that the law of power isn't something that can be obtained just because you want to. In the outside world, even if you have a great opportunity, it's impossible for you to directly touch the law of power. However, the Kunlun God domain is different. In the Kunlun God domain, the law of power is imprisoned in the Kunlun God domain. In other words, once you become a disciple of the Kunlun realm, you will be able to touch the law of power. Now, you understand. Yi Xian nodded. This time, he really understood. Yes, I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian had just bid farewell to the senior brother when he heard the system notification. Ding! System notification. Host has discovered a random hidden quest. Join the Kunlun realm. Ding! Quest completion has no reward. Quest failure will result in 5 punishments. Why would there be a quest? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. One had to know that the system wouldn't randomly give out quests. Even if there were no rewards or punishments, there was a certain meaning to it. System. Why did you suggest that I join the Kunlun realm? I don't think there's any need for me to join. Ding! System notification. The host possesses a physique of full law comprehension. When the host levels up, the system will only randomly unlock 1 law power for the host. Therefore, if the host wishes to obtain greater strength, the host will need to obtain more law power. So that's how it is. Indeed, Yi Xian was right. Once he leveled up to Chief God, the system would indeed give him a nomological power. However, this nomological power was random, and if Yi Xian wanted to obtain greater power, he had to discover nomological laws himself. Furthermore, he had a special constitution that allowed him to learn all nomological laws. If he did not actively discover nomological laws, it would be a waste. Could it be that this was the so-called opportunity? If Yi Xian had not come back this time, then he would not have known about the Kunlun realm accepting disciples. But he came back, so he knew. It seemed that this time, he had to register as well. Although Yi Xian did not want to be restricted by any forces, since the system had suggested that he go to the Kunlun realm to take a look, then it would be a waste if Yi Xian did not go. Yi Xian went directly to the registration office and registered without hesitation. However, because he registered very late, he would have to wait a long time before it was his turn. QWPM the Kunlun realm accepted disciples once every 30 years, and each time it only accepted disciples from one sect. This way, it was actually equivalent to an opportunity that would only come once every 90 years. Every time the Kunlun realm accepted disciples, it was undoubtedly very grand. It was basically impossible to complete in less than a few months. Yi Xian did not know the extra details, but he was too lazy to care so much. In any case, when the time came, he would naturally know everything. At this time, Yi Xian's purpose was to find Fian and the others. However, when Yi Xian found Fian and the others, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. At this time, those people from the Divine Talisman race were doing much better than Yi Xian, because they were from the Divine Talisman race. Although Yi Xian did not allow them to reveal their identities, they did not hide their ability to refine divine talismans. Divine Talisman Master. This was an incomparably popular occupation anywhere. Thus, at that moment, those people already had countless followers gathered around them. With those followers around, how could they possibly have a hard time in their lives? It was the first time these 10 people had come to the outside world, so it could be said that they were rather innocent. It could be said that anyone could coax them into going around in circles. However, these 10 people all followed the same order. The order that Yi Xian gave them was that no matter what, they had to listen to Fei Yan. Therefore, although there were many rumors during this period of time, As long as Fian said a word, no matter what the rumors were, they could only watch helplessly. It was also because of this that Fian had undoubtedly become more popular than the 10 of them. Countless forces gathered their gazes on Fian. Everyone understood that as long as they took down Fian, it was equivalent to taking down those 10 divine talisman masters. In addition, Fian's cultivation was only a low-level profound god now. Her disguise could be easily seen through. Therefore, her identity as a great beauty could no longer be hidden. If someone had not found out that this Fian was actually from a Master God clan, someone would probably have used force directly. At this time, Fian was teaching those 10 divine talisman masters a lesson, because these simple guys had almost revealed the secret of Yi Xian's existence just now. If Fian had not arrived in time, something big would have happened. Of course, this was only Fian's thoughts. In Fian's heart, since Yi Xian said that he was not willing to stay in the sect and did not want others to know about him, then Yi Xian must have his own arrangements. And these guys had actually almost exposed Yi Xian. How could she not be angry? Therefore, in front of countless people, the 10 guys stood in a row as punishment. As for those followers, they only dared to watch from afar. Suddenly, a young god from the divine talisman race shouted, "Sister Fian, look! What are you looking at? Stand properly for me. No, Sister Fian, look! Is that young master?" These guys also followed Fian and began to call Yi Xian young master. Hearing this name, whether it was the others or Fian, they immediately gathered their gazes over. To be precise, everyone's gazes were gathered in front. At this time, in front, a young man was leisurely walking towards them. His footsteps were so casual, but following his footsteps, one could clearly feel the shock and excitement of those 10 divine talisman masters and the sect's #1 beauty. "Young master, it's really young master." Fian was very excited. Because of Yi Xian's order, she was kept in the sect. However, Fian was actually more willing to follow by Yi Xian's side. "It's really young master." These 10 guys did not care so much and directly rushed towards Yi Xian. Chapter 2271. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, anyone with half a brain could tell that they were from the same faction. No matter what they did, they were always together. However, no one knew which faction they belonged to. 135-7924, 6810 GGGD. But today, the mystery was solved. Quick, gather all our forces and find out who that guy is. Who is he? Tell me, who is he? You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why haven't we heard anything about him yet? Interesting. Pass down the order to investigate this person. This young master wants to see who exactly he is. In an instant, countless people and factions began to investigate Yi Xian. However, they were destined to find nothing. In fact, before Yi Xian joined the sect, Her Highness had come to the sect to ask about him. After Yi Xian joined the Heavenly Jade sect, they did not dare to delay, so they immediately sent the news to the Overgod. Sure enough, the princess came. She disguised herself as an ordinary disciple and interacted with those people. After failing to find out Yi Xian's whereabouts, she left again. How could a kid who could attract the attention of Her Highness be simple? Therefore, the Heavenly Jade sect had already classified Yi Xian as top secret. Yi Xian did not know about this. Yi Xian had probably forgotten about the princess. "Girl, and you guys, how have you been? How have you been?" Yi Xian smiled as he looked at these people. He was extremely happy in his heart. They found a secluded place, and Yi Xian chatted with them for a long time. Yi Xian was relieved to know that they were doing well. At the same time, Yi Xian told them that he was going to participate in the Kunlun realm selection. Of course, no one objected to Yi Xian's decision. In the following time, Yi Xian tried to speed up the sealing of the realms. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The 3 realms that were sealed could only be slowly unsealed. This was the system's seal, not something that could be activated by any treasure. In reality, it might not take much time to seal a single level. However, the higher the level of the seal, the more time it would take. Fortunately, Yi Xian had unlocked another level of seal after a dozen days. By now, Yi Xian's cultivation had already reached the level of a mid-grade true god. At the same time, Yi Xian received a notice that his first match was about to begin. Now, it was only the preliminary selection stage. Throughout the entire sect, 100 people would be selected to be the final direct selection of the Kunlun realm. Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that before he went on stage, he saw a person. It was a person that Yi Xian had never expected to see again. "You are? Princess." Yi Xian looked at the princess and asked in surprise, "Why? Is it strange to see me?" At this time, the princess only had 2 attendants by her side. However, Yi Xian knew that these 2 attendants were probably incredibly strong. Yi Xian just couldn't understand why the princess would appear here. "You came to find me?" "Humph, did you think I wanted to come? It's all because of Big Sis. You asked me several times, but it was like you disappeared. I couldn't find you at all." Yi Xian knew that God Lord Mi had been entrusted by her master to take care of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had always been very wary of the old man who had brought him to the Kunlun realm. At the same time, he was also somewhat wary of God, Lord Mi. However, it seemed that this God Lord Mi didn't have any ill intentions towards him. QWPM, of course, Yi Xian was only thinking about it. However, he didn't have any ill intentions. There was one thing that Yi Xian was sure of, and that was that it was impossible for him to have too much contact with the Master God clan. Since Overgod, Mi was willing to take care of Yi Xian because of the old man's words, then one day she might also kill Yi Xian because of the old man's words. One must always be on guard against others. However, before such a situation occurred, Yi Xian was still willing to befriend Mi and the princess. "Fine, it's my fault. But you must know that if I don't go out and temper myself, how can I get stronger? So, there are some things that can't be avoided. Who cares about that? Right. Do you also want to join the Kunlun realm?" "Amen, that's right. Why else would I come back?" "Fine, let's go. We can go together. We can enter directly in the name of the Overgod clan. Amen. At least you and I can enter directly." Yi Xian didn't know what the princess wanted to do, but he still refused. I appreciate your good intentions, but to me, this kind of battle opportunity is extremely rare. Only by continuously fighting can I improve my battle instincts. So it's better for you to go, and I'll participate in the assessment myself. It's good if I pass, but even if I don't, it doesn't matter. Why are you so stubborn? Fine. This princess will also take the test with you. Yi Xian looked at the princess, not knowing what she wanted to do. Meanwhile, the conversation between Yi Xian and the princess fell into the eyes of countless people. There were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and even those who were hostile. There was only one Overgod in the Kunlun realm, and that was Mi. The other Overgods couldn't possibly be Overgods. There was also only one princess, and that was the one in front of Yi Xian. So there were many people who wanted to win the princess's favor. However, the noble princess wasn't someone ordinary people could come into contact with. However, Yi Xian was dressed ordinarily, and no one knew who he was before. How could they not be suspicious of him speaking so casually to the princess? At this moment, Yi Xian's first battle was about to begin. Yi Xian could only wait for the arena to begin. The arena was built using a special spatial ability. It could be said that although the arena didn't look very big on the surface, one would only discover that it was actually an arena mystic realm when they fought inside. No matter how crazy the battle between the two people inside was, it was impossible for the shockwaves to spread outside. Yi Xian's opponent was also a mid-level true god. The moment this person came up, he looked at Yi Xian with disdain and said arrogantly to Yi Xian, "Kid, I don't care who you are. If you get out of the arena immediately, you can suffer less. Otherwise, once I make a move, you can only crawl out of the arena." Yi Xian also looked at this guy. He didn't know where this guy got the guts to speak to Yi Xian like that. "I wanted to play with you, but it seems like there's no need for that." 6 syllables mantra. Wound. Yes, this guy wanted to show off in front of Yi Xian because the princess was watching Yi Xian's arena. So why should Yi Xian give him a chance? One word. Just one word. And that guy knelt on the ground.